Oh, one and all, I think it's time to get this show on the road. What up? Welcome back. Happy Friday. You've almost done it. Congratulations. You've almost survived another tumultuous week of existence as a human being. I know. We have it hard. I don't know, what is the most annoying thing about being a human? Taxes? Oh, God. That's like a middle-aged man answer, isn't it? I don't know. Like, I gotta say, in some ways, animals got it chill and easy, you know? I was gonna say, like, they don't have prison, so they can, like, tax evade and do whatever they want. They can crap in public, they can scratch their balls. But I guess they do kind of have prison. Like, we can put them in the pound, so that doesn't count. I don't know, I have to think on that one a little. But today is gonna be a fun one, guys. God, let me get the vibes right. We have got a lot of series. And I'm still dying. So, we're going to be covering several of these today. We're going to be opening up with Core Series up against Zvezda. We'll be checking in on Lucifron versus Lemonos in about 40-ish minutes. We've also got Red Darksider today. Kiliardi versus Jean Do. We're looking at a little bit later. Voldemort versus Lotlock. Schedule in. And also, we need to check in on someone called Frodo Bolson going up as Noomdon. Like, that's, I mean, you just got to see that. With a name like Frodo, he's earned his place there. We might look, I don't know, do we look to do some like low elo Legends games as well? It's a possibility. I'm weighing it up. But this week, by the way, reminder, we are going to be using Dry River, which I just realized I don't think we actually have. No, we do not actually have an image of it in our UI backend. So give me a second, I'm going to have to add that in. I thought we did, but I must have slipped my mind. In fairness, like, Dry River hasn't been used in a very, very long time. Ever since they added Rocky River to the game, I feel like Dry River just kind of like got shooed out, you know? So let me add it into the assets so we'll have it ready to go as we need it. Dry River's the one with the big fishing ponds, if I remember correctly. I always get them mixed up. Dry River, and then you had like Rocky Canyon? Whatever it's called. Anyway, let's add this one in. Switch back over. And let's have a look at the draft between Core and his opponent. So Archipelago actually did get selected. Socotra as well. Okay. Meme Lord Core. I respect that. I wasn't expecting Socotra, but you know what? I'll happily take that. So Archipelago. And let me add in the draft and we'll switch over and get ready to hop into game one. So, Zvezda. Huh? OTD first pick. I guess it's the maps, right? Like, theoretically, you could use French for Dry River. I think that would be okay. His draft it does look a little bit funky, but like, in fairness to Zvezda, I don't think it's necessarily his draft doesn't make sense to a certain degree, right? It's the maps that are forcing it. Socotra plus Archipelago. I think for Archipelago, he's probably looking at OTD. Japanese is okay, but I feel like Order of the Dragon does better on these bigger focused water maps, whereas Japan's nice and hybridized. I don't know though. Core just got like a lot of ticked boxes here, right? He's got English or Chinese for Socotra, likely English. Even Mongols could work there. Maybe the one weak point is Dry River, but I think you just punt the HRE out there. Yeah, no, like he's got HRE, then Socotra can be English, and then he can just go for the Chinese pick. Like, it's a very strong draft. I think Zvezda has more opportunity to win if he does something unorthodox, like just kind of throws a curveball. So, let me get the games ready. Just want to say you're definitely an S tier caster, and I wasn't very neutral with his list. Also, you do so. Oh, thank you, man. I mean, like he said, it's his opinion, right? And now Anatand is Binotand to me. Okay, I've changed my mind. He's no longer Anatand, it's Binotand. But no, like, dude, like it's subjective. I've said this before. Not everyone's gonna like me or rate me as the highest caster. Like, I think he put Drongo as like the absolute top, and then was it Krakody Dabston? I think. I mean, like, dude, like, I agreed with Beastie's take that like the one that I drastically disagree with was Winston. I think did he put Winston C or B tier? Winston has like, I don't think Winston gets enough credit for this. He has an incredibly infectious positivity about him.
now you're my shoe.
And what is up, XLab? Thank you much for the raid, mate. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you. Like, Winston is the most positive person. Like, I will go through, like, I like to think I try to balance the positivity and the negativity. Like, I'll criticize, etc. But, like, dude, it's very hard to get Winston to, like, actually mold or be negative about anything. And I mean that in a really good way. Like, he always is looking for the positive spin. Some people maybe don't like that. Although, like, to be totally honest with you, the flip side would be, I think Anatan said about me that he doesn't like that I criticize players' builds. So, like, actually, like, I don't know, that's what made that pick even weirder to me, is from my mindset, if Anatan likes someone who aims positive and always looks for that positive outcome, then, like, Winston should have been number 1 or number 2 on his list, without a doubt. One sec, I need to get Red Bull. Let's go mellow mode. If we create a ranking of positive impact for every 4 US tier, oh, thank you, man. I appreciate you. Like I said, you know, it was bold. I'll say that, I know, it was bold. Because, like, tier lists about people is always going to be, like, a very interesting area. But no, I do find, like, interest, like, because obviously you were sitting there with Beastie reacting and brewing the pot a bit. But, like, what is your thought process? If you like, because for me, you said you don't like when I dive into, like, what was wrong or what the player could have done better, etc. But, like, Winston's then the polar opposite of me, right? Like, Winston's always there trying to figure out why. He's like, oh, maybe they were, like, thinking this and maybe that. And then he's always very positive. It's like, I don't know. Like, opportunity here, Anatan. Do you stand by Winston C tier? Or are you having one night stand, next morning regrets, you know? He was B. Okay, it was B. But you don't want to move him at all. I mean, it's your tier list. Like I said, it's your personal opinion. B is fine. Okay. Well, for that reason, you are now Bino-tanned. You put me not in the absolute top tier, so I have to lower you a tier as well. Bino-tanned is your new name. Are we going to get you back to the KPMM soon, by the way, mate? I heard you weren't feeling too well. You feeling better now? Because, did you guys see this? Do you guys want to see something hilarious? Marine Lord scammed us. Like, no cap. He scammed us. You ready? Check this. I'm going to go into Opera GX, which, by the way, you guys should definitely be using Opera GX. I noticed a lot more of you have been signing up. Fantastic work on that. Keep going. 269. We've got, like, 3 days left. I know it's a big ask, but 269. Like, I just want to be able to go to Opera and say, we got 269. And that was nice. But look at that. Look at what he done. This cheeky son of a gun took the opportunity to build himself, pad himself a very big lead that, like, Beastie can't actually overcome now. So Marino is, like, guaranteed seed number 1 for the next EGC tournament. Because, like, even if Beastie played this week and next, I don't think he could actually beat that. Louis MT, by the way, this is why you need to sign up again soon, Anna, as soon as you're ready and able. He took your spot. He freaking took your spot. Louis made 35 elo recently. That's crazy. But, like, who was the big loser? Kiliadi did sink a little bit. He's still in a decent position, though. Voldemar and Sass are definitely taking the knee a bit. Numidon is farming it up, man. I don't know, like, Numu is kind of like a scary rising threat. And then we got some pauses. Like, Cat, I don't know what's going on with Cat at the moment. I think he just wants to break off the LAN. Obviously, like, Cat has historically played a lot of the midweek musters. Like, if I check the statistics here, I want to say Cat has played, like, 60% of them, maybe. Let's have a look. 13. Yeah, so, like, close to 6%. More like 70, right? But, like, this is, I gotta give him props for this. Excuse me. B only ever missed 1. Which is kind of crazy. Dumu as well. Like, I love the consistency that we've got. No, it's not feasible for everyone, right? For whatever reason. But I love that we got some players that just always finding the way to... Mio Micro, like, is the surprising one to me. because obviously the way he plays, and he's not like a well-known player on the pro level in AoE4. He's well-known outside AoE4. But I'm pretty damn impressed that me and Micah are signed up to 18 of these. Who is the one and doneers? Do we have any notable one and doneers? Nomad? What a pussy. Signed up one now. Who else we got here? I guess, yeah, like the ones that come to mind would be like Baltoon. I mean, Corvinus just doesn't like open scheduling for whatever reason. But like, okay, this right here is outrageous. Signs up twice. We haven't actually, it hasn't been marked on there, but like, remember, he got first twice. 100% win rate. Marine Lord only, by the way, guys, like he's played KPMM twice, and in that time, he's only dropped, I believe it's one game. Not bad. But we definitely need to get Mr. Baltoonage back in. He's always a pleasure to watch. Give You Anxiety was interesting. He came and went a little bit. I think he was like, I love that Gio is just, I remember he came in, he's like, NA is back. And I'm like, to the airport. I mean, he's done okay for a guy who's like not able to be as active as he once was, right? Scarlet was also, I think, quite awkward, because I think Scarlet Devil, if I remember correctly, had multiple forfeits. I'm pretty sure he had multiple forfeits. Yeah, FF here. Were these not FFs? Okay, so yeah, he did actually just lose. Yeah. Was it CSO that had multiple forfeitures? I think it was. I think he had 2 FFs, which is kind of unfortunate. Wait, I forgot. I forgot that Cal actually played in these. Yeah, because like we dissected the gameplay, because like Cal's very interesting to watch play, because he would be doing the right things, but then he would be so focused on doing the right things, he'd be too optimized, and he'd like skip villages, right? I'd love to see him come back and see if he's been able to resolve that, because I feel like Cal could actually do reasonably well if he like fixes that problem, right? Did we speak about the drama yesterday? We spoke about it, but I like, and in the end, just cut it out of the VODs, because like, I'll keep it short and simple. When I saw Beastie's initial public response, I genuinely thought he was just farming drama, because like, I like to think that me and Beastie know each other well enough and have known each other long enough that if there was genuine harm or bad feeling, he would have just reached out to me directly, because I'm very reachable, I'm very applicable. Like, Jesus, I've had like players ask before, like, hey, I'm trying to keep these games secret on my Smurf, can you not say it's me? You can cast them, and I straight away like, fine bro, got it. So like, in general, I like to think I'm a very approachable person. And when he just basically done like a public tweet and then like Twitch title, etc., I was like, this must be him farming drama. Like, looking back at it, like I said at the time, it felt like it was in a gray area. I didn't really anticipate people. Let me turn these down. I didn't really anticipate people dissecting it in a negative light. It wasn't really put into consideration. We should have had it in consideration. So, like, yeah, that's on me. But like I said, I think we both done things wrong there. Like, legitimately, he should have just reached out and I would have changed it. Like, when I saw that it like, when I realized that it genuinely was hurting him, I changed it straight away. So, like, because my goal is never to hurt people, never to be malicious. I've said this before. I'm like the most unbiased person, like when it comes to my commentary, etc., for good reason. Like, you weave stories, but you be fair. So, like, if I genuinely ever thought it was gonna hurt him on an emotional level, like actually gonna like really dig at him or anything, it never would see. It never would have been like even done. So yeah. But the learning lesson here is like, you know, we just need to review what we put. It's like, it's the sad, depressing reality is that the video done very well even before like he highlighted it, and that's like, that kind of shows you a weird symptom of the way that YouTube functions, I think, of like what people want to click on, etc., which is unfortunate. But like, yeah, the TLDR is this was unnecessary drama. Could have just been resolved between two people behind closed doors. Should it have happened in the first place? Sure, shouldn't have. But the resolution was quite simple, and it turned into amplification. And I get why it turned into amplification. He kind of like, I mean, it's not like a secret I'm letting out. He went over on stream. He's got a lot going on in his life right now. But like, it feels as if that was just the tiny little thing, the tiny little hair on the back that made it all break. It's just unfortunate because it just basically paints a target on my back from like overly zealous people in this community. What league? The league, Kiliardi. You've been playing in a league. I mean, in fairness, like, you come and go as you please, right? But like quitting a league is just I think it's just a choice of words. It's similar to like why we use quit over like, you know, withdraw is like, or whatever else. Like, I don't know. That to me kind of looks like a league in a way. You know what I mean? Like 23. I can't believe we're almost 2/3 of the way through. That's crazy. This is not a league. All right, Kiliardi. Jesus, chill. Do you want me to get like all the official listings and filings for a league? I mean, the envisionment was to kind of turn this into a league to qualify people into a bigger event. I've been a bit more like, I explained this to a few people in LAN because they've been waiting for the announcement on it. Genuinely, like, I want to do like a follow-up reward to people who've participated and done well in these. But the challenge right now is legitimately finding like 2 to 3 weeks in the schedule that I could take and do something with. Because I don't want to like punt 2-3 grand of my money on a 1 weekend tournament. That's crazily inefficient for me. Like I don't have big boy money, you know? So yeah, like in a way, like it's a league from that format. Just you guys didn't know. So anyway, I think we should get ready to hop into the first series, right? Why don't we put the panel back up the wall? I keep forgetting. I need to. So I think the adhesive like sticky tape on the Elgato like pads it didn't hold well, and like I can show you what happened. Okay, like I just broke it. I broke it again, but like it snapped because the sticky pad. I don't know if it was the surface or the sticky pads just weren't strong enough. It didn't like attach properly, so all the weight was on like the top one, and then the top one just snapped, and then all 3 fell. I can, by the way, confirm. We'll see. Shure headset, very good. I didn't even hear it. When it happened originally, I like got up at the end of the day, turned around, I was like, huh? All right, let's get ready to hop in though. When can I get a mod KP? I always support, active in chat, and get the combo going. I'll think about it. I do need to get some new mods. Like Crackety likes to just come in here, say something controversial about Nesta Bees, and then leave. If you have a $3,000 tournament, you should do 3 tournaments. I think some of the top players can be convinced to play for 1K. Sure, and it's like finding the fluid points where you can do that, right? Like even doing like $1,000 for 1 weekend is I know I'm going to be burning money. Like I don't know, like you know, I'll let you guys guess on this. I'm not going to give the exact figure, but like I mean, well, whatever. How much money do you think I make from content creation a month? Because that's the thing, like putting a 1K tournament on even is like 50K a week. Damn, that's some. You sign up to kick and sell your soul money. I'd love to make 50K a week. Make the series shorter and use the extra weeks into a bigger prize pool. $50 a week. There you go, Marine Lord dude. He figured it out. Crap, he's onto me. Like sadly, so here's the thing. Like sadly. Love both my YouTube and Twitter, but from a financial standpoint, if the success in terms of like the percentile that I fit into on the platform was reversed, I'd be comfortable on my living. But Twitch is very hard to monetize unless you can find frequent deals because the ad revenue sucks. So like I make, let's see. I think I'm making about, with both platforms combined, we're maybe clearing about like $1,800 a month. Now that sounds okay. That sounds like, yo, whoa, KP, why don't you run like a $1,000 like pinnacle each month for the KPM app? So like that would be $700 extra, right? That I have to fuel in. that's before you consider that I have a staff that I pay. So I have assets created, I have an admin. And then also, that's before you consider the fact that I literally have bills to pay each month myself. So that's why, like, it's not easy to just say, let's just do a $1,000 event, like, at the end of every month. It would be cool if we could get funding for that moving forward. Like, I like the idea of that. My original thought is I kind of wanted to go for this, like, we'll have a big invited league. Like, if you played at least 5 KPMMs and placed reasonably well, then you would be entitled to being part of this league. And the prize would be $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, whatever, with crowdfunding. Maybe what makes more sense, though, instead, is like doing a system where what I propose next time is, you know, maybe we keep it at 300 buckaroos a week, but the final week of the month is worth $1,000. But you can't enter that one unless you play the 300 bucks, right? Maybe that's something that appeals to players more. But yeah, because like right now, really, like KPMM. I mean, Marine Lord's here; he'll admit it. Marine Lord, why did you sign up to KPMM? Real reason. It's okay. I know. Like, just in case you try to say a different reason, I'll just go ahead and zoom in on. Zoom right in on this. So, what was the real reason you signed up? There we go. This boy buffed himself pretty big. That's over 100-point difference because of that participation. And I get it. Like it is one of the reasons why KPMM was created. I feel like there needs to be almost some sort of like malice towards not participating in tournaments to then make this balance out in my brain that KPMM is valid for that reason. Otherwise, you can just farm and leave, etc. Right? But you know, like my dream is that KPMM just functions as a baseline for the competitive scene, which I think is a healthy thing. But guys, I just realized we need to get into game. Hopefully, people didn't get bored too much of the conversation. Hopefully, they found it quite enlightening. Let's get ready to hop over and in-game for G1. How much did Marine gain in this 2 weeks? What, from winning? Is it 200 bucks? Might be 200 bucks. Let me check. So KPMM, I think first place is 100 buckaroos. Or 125 maybe. 125. He gained $250 from playing the 2 weeks. That's not bad. Oh, you mean ATR? Yeah. He gained, I reckon you gained like, yeah, 50, 60 or something like that. All right. So we're going to be kicking off the day with Core Watch. It's very important, guys. I have this interesting little chart, which is days since I cast a Core L. I need to reset the charter because I only actually bought enough numbers to go up to 5. So we're going to see if we can do that here. This guy on the other side, we're not going to call him Natkatka Momakwuki. We're actually going to refer to him by his name in the brackets. He is Zvezda's Quika. He's actually been signing up consistently for a few weeks, actually. Made him retire. There's some big losses. Dude, Reload's going to make everyone retire. Yo, Reload, like, curious, what was your thought process, like, at the start of that series yesterday? After Louis slapped you about in game number 1, were you like, oh no, wait, what? Did he kind of surprise you with that? Because, like, I was watching that game, I was like, there's no way he expects College for Artillery, right? Like, that's kind of crazy. I think that's the first College for Artillery I've cast in over a year and a half. So, remember, guys, we're playing on Dry River. So, one interesting thing with this map, shoreline fish is actually viable. So, if you remember, the Rocky River one, the problem with Rocky River is they nerfed it to only have 2 shoreline fish in each pond. It's terrible. You don't want to do it. And that's what makes this one a little bit different, is we actually have the fishing dynamic. You actually are inclined to go for it because it's 2,500 food. Your first fight made you lose instantly? Yeah, I think we said the same thing at the time. Is that because you fought near the secret site and he hugged it with Jean, your Ghazi kept pathing really badly. So you just like lost so much firepower and his lower count of knights just stood there and killed you. Dirty pun if you get it right. Wait, what? His name? Zvezda's Quika. I believe that's correct. So Byzantines versus A3 though. Wait, we missed something important here. What the What? What? I'm sorry, I just didn't expect this. Dude, it's the first game of the day. We've been vibing. He went for a system rush. Okay. It wasn't a very good system rush by the looks of it. I am at a loss. I mean, I don't expect this because it never works, right? I don't think this has worked since like week 1 of the expansion. He done this against like a top ranking player. It's cool, but come on, like, dude. Sorry, guys. Like, I was so focused on like locking in, and we were having this interesting discussion about the finals. I didn't expect. Oh my god. Do we need to go back? I feel like we need to go back. He lost 5 workers doing this. Dude, I'm sorry. Like, we never actually do the restarts. We're doing this. We have to. Nah, like this is why we need a time bar to drag on. There's no way. All right, well, no, we had to go in for an action replay of this one because we were just beginning our day in a very casual, chill way. We're like vibing. We're talking about the amazing finals between Marino and Louis. We're starting our week. Usually these opening round of 32 games are pretty chill. We've got Core going up against Zvezda's Quika. Or if you try to pronounce it like this, Natkatka Nfra Momwanki. And he's going to do something wonky. He's going for a rush. I cannot believe this. So we're on Dry River, guys. This map hasn't actually seen competitive usage in, I think, well over a year. Maybe closer to 2. It's like Rocky Canyon, or Rocky River, what it's called, the one that you have in Ladder Queue. The difference, though, is this one was pre-nerf on the fishing. So there's actually 2,500 food in each of these. So Core is going to go for the fishing. But Zvezda is doing something wild here. I think he anticipated the fishing. He's going to go for the Sistan Outpost rush. It's 5 villages. In theory, this is really good. If he gets the Sistan up, he can activate Akrotoy. And yes, there you go. Chat's getting the idea. Because with Akrotoy, you actually hit pretty freaking hard and you have armor. So you mitigate like 20% of the enemy damage and buff yours by 20%. It's really, really strong. The problem here is that HRE have a prelate and 9 villages. And the other problem is... Wait, is he done it too close? No. But... He's going to do it in range. Outpost. If he could have got this up, he could block both tree lines. But no, he's in range! Wait, and he's gonna do the exact same outpost that's also in range! I can't. Okay, can we just be real here? If he'd actually done this to Core, it's like Giga Flex, the game that goes up on YouTube, and it's just like, anywhere you look for Core, you just see this game, because he'll never be able to live it down. But that, oh my god, half a tile too close. Look at it. I can't believe this, man. Because, like, technically, if he does this, he can theoretically wrap, get the outpost up here, and then Core just has no wood. But now, he has 1 villager left here. And, well, make it 0 villagers. Core's just having none of this. They may bring lumberjack axes, but they get the knives out when it's time for business. Oh, my God. And here you go. Here's the Akrotoy that's, in theory, meant to make this unbeatable. He gets the 2 armor, and he also gets the +1 damage. It's very, very strong. Fortunately, it's only very, very strong when you have numbers. I can't believe this. So, the game is essentially over at this stage. Shall we play the what if way? What if this outpost had been half a tile away? What if he then snuck around for another outpost here? What if he then dialed back for a 3rd outpost? Is that too many outposts, or would that have been a Giga GG? In theory, Core could have actually resolved it because he would have had 450 wood. However, at this point, he spent 150 on the dock, and then he spent an extra 300 on the fishing. By the time he would have seen this play, he would have been at least 2 fishing boats in. I actually think Core would have struggled to get the wood together to resolve the problem. But the problem is, like, with the way he done the outpost, you were always going to be revealed doing it, right? Why? Okay, you might be wondering, like, is Core just in his own head? Why would he wall this off? He's walling it off because at this point, this is like GG unless yellow goes and tries again. It's literally the only option left for him because we're talking about a 10 eco lead and the villager count difference is a raw 6 against HRE. Oh, God. He's flexing all the wood he has. He's like, no, no, no. You can't ever come and use this lumber camp or this cistern ever again. Cool. No, no, no. Cool. Like this is rookie mistake. Cool. So you don't want to destroy this cistern. You want him to keep it because if he keeps it, then he can't easily replace at home with another cistern. See, this is the Giga Brain Core. But the problem is Core isn't thinking about this because his brain is scrambled from the fact that the Byzantine player just tried to cistern double outpost Russia. Understandably so. He is in shell shock mode right now. We done with KPMM? No, this is the next KPMM. We're on to KPMM 19 here. Cost won't change? What do you mean? If he wants to get more cisterns, the cost goes up per level. See? 100 stone there. So, like, if you destroy the cistern, then the cost of his next cistern is lower. It's like, technically, yellow should have considered deleting this cistern because he actually hasn't got any buff at home right now. So Arkan's coming in. We do have Imperial Hippodrome. I kind of respect this. There is no logical reason to try and play a standard Grand Winery now when you're this far behind. But I think Core's probably just going to go for the fast castle build. $13 eco, right? It's almost like this map is meant to be fished. Very good German efficiency here. Oh, I haven't got my Debunumts re-enabled. I need to fix that. So let me, like, one's in chat. Do you think what yellow tried here could have ever worked? Or twos if you think it was always doomed? Let me put it another way. Like, if we gave Marine Lord the roller and told him to do this strategy, we give him a controller because that way it's more fair to call. Because Marine Lord's OP. Like, if you had a top 3 player, does this work? Because we said at the start, I don't think... Am I going to have to do, like, a ladder challenge to prove whether it can work or not? I can confirm it can work. Wait, but Faye, can it work against Core? Have you done this against Core? I'm going to need the ID on the game. For fact-checking, it's really critical that we confirm that it really happened. Against Core, I don't know. That's true, because Core says he doesn't smurf, but he does smurf. So maybe you did go up against Core and you didn't realize. In fact, if I go to Core's account right now, hasn't he got, like, 3 smurfs linked to it now? Okay, he's got 2 inactives, and he's got 1 active Buzz fan. Wait, that's not true, though. Core's got a 3rd one, because he played against Dumu on a different account. Was it the 196 Unicorn? Yeah, so you may have actually done it to Core, you just don't realize. But what he's about to do to yellow is painful. We have pro scouts coming in. Wait, guys, oh my god. Do any of you realize what we've just done here? It's okay if you don't, because it can easily just drift through your mind, forgotten. We have cast a Pro Scouts L! Hoggers! Dry River already paying off, guys. Yeah, I was talking to Cheem about, like, bringing this map in, and thought that part of the thought process was like, hey, you know, at least it's not, like, Pro Scouts dominant. Now, maybe this is not the fairest representation, but yeah, Pro Scouts is going to lose. This is a Burgrave Flood with triple dock and enough fishing to go for a very long time. There's 7,500 food in total in those ponds. So enemy are going to arrive. I think yellow's just going to tap out. There's like no way you play back into this now. But wait, he can activate Akratoy. Do it! Do it for the memes! Do it so you don't die? Nike? Yellow has left the call. Boop. 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 I mean, does this make it up onto the... I kind of want this to make it onto the YouTube for the absurdity of the attempted System Outpost rush. The first System Outpost rush we've actually had in KPMM. But at the same time, it almost feels like bullying to upload this. I respect him for signing up. I respect him for trying to do something different. But you just see how volatile it is. That slip-up just cost him everything. He's been trying to save a cast lace. That's never going to happen. This is going to be game, so we're just going to fast forward for the GG now. There's literally nothing to stop them at arms. But would there have been anything to stop that system rush? Is he gold player? He is not gold player. So he's plat 3. I gotta respect the balls on him to try that though. So mark one up for Core. Core, be honest. If that had worked, would you have just retired from competitive? All right, game 2 is going to be Archipelago. He's plat. Yeah, so once again, if he had won, would you have retired from competitive? Name of Core's opponent? It's right there. It is Zvezda's Suika. There is no if. Yeah, but like, if you're sheesh pipe. Okay, so like, let's try. But cool, let's be real about this. Like, if your sheesh pipe like fell and cracked your monitor, and then you can't get a remake, and you have to play the game out, but like your monitor's cracked, so you can't see anything, and then the platinum player wins, would you retire from competitive? I mean, we're going deep down the rabbit hole. So, game number 2 is going to be on Archipelago. We just saw a System Outpost rush. Guys, it's time for the just as rare Order of the Dragon Outpost rush. I mean, in fairness. No, you wouldn't do it. The thing is, if you try to do it against China, they can rush Outposts up quicker. It's just not going to work. And if you get scoured early, the Barbican gets built instead of an Imperial Academy as GG. So, our plat gamer here is going to get an opportunity to prove that he has better micro and water than Core. And this is a very sore spot for Core right now because he's still outraged after losing his Archipelago game against Dumu. It's brewed deep inside of him. So there is a concern that the referee is going to blow the whistle and say he's KO'd, and Core is not going to stop punching at yellow here. Not too rare that Pro Scouts loses when Biz is in the game, just that... Wait. Don't devalue the fact we watched Pro Scouts lose. So what's Yellow going to do? Because now I'm just looking for the crafty different idea. Like, here's a crazy thought for you guys. This was Yellow's pick. He actually chose to go to Archipelago. He also drafted it. So I envision this idea of doing something funky and different. Maybe he goes for like a men-at-arms land rush. Very awkward to do against China because they've got the hand-can slits. And they can easily rush up outposts. But I think you have to do something different. You know, the reality is like Yellow is going to be aware of the skill gap. Like micro versus micro. You know, Core should be able to out micro. And also China is just one of the most dominant civs on Archipelago. Core is conk free on land, but can we agree if it's a war game, this is just 2 plats play? Oh no. Guys, come on. This diamond. Why you gotta be mean to Core? Like, you watch, like, what we're doing right now, you're, like, bridling up this hate, this frustration in Core that's going to allow him to blitzkrieg his way through our bracket this week. He'll take out Numadon, he'll take Lu EMT, he'll get all the way through beating Lucifron, and then in the finals, he'll end up losing to GIF Music. But it will still be an impressive week because all the underdogs would have done it. Yeah, at this point, we're just trying to train the next generation of Sith. So, tech ups come out. We'll go for the 1x speed shortly. We just want to get out the age. Wait. Okay, thank goodness. I thought he was going for a Fast Castle OOTD build, which would have been really weird. Fast Castle and Archipelago is just kind of a death sentence. It's very, very rarely ever worked out. Originally, when we first had Archipelago coming into the competitive meta again, after the remake on it, we saw people leaning to these FC builds, and it quickly got discovered that if you go Fast Castle, all-in Feudal can kill you really easily. It requires a bit of micro, a bit of focus, but like you just lose everything. And oh my god, he's doing it. Guys, it's actually happening. Props to Yellow for at least coming at this in a creative way. I don't know, like you can say this seems very ineffective, unlikely to work, but you know, if I think Platinum gamers, I don't think aggression. Do you guys agree with that? Once, if you agree with that, two, if you think I'm wrong. When I think in Age of Empires 4 RTS terms, if I think like Platinum below, my brain is like going to probably gonna boom. You know, maybe he likes 2TC, he likes going like 4, and thank you, yes, the score does need to be flipped. He's like maybe just gonna play green. I kind of respect these doing aggro. In fairness, I think Platinum is the point where you see more aggressive plays. Like when you go silver, bronze, that's just going to be like slow. Gold can also be slow unless you're up against like a cheesy English Lombo rusher. And we have a mixture of live and recorded games, as always. So this is just... I mean, Core should be suspicious as all hell right now. Then again, okay, this is genius, guys. Yellow, last game, didn't forfeit for ages. Core is like, oh, he's just like, he's doing the BM not GGing thing again. I've got him. He sucks. I'm a god. I'm going to 2-0. But little does he know. Yellow, I can't pretend. He's got 2 men at arms in that thing. Soon to be free. This just feels so slow. The problem I take with this type of approach is you've got a lot of time where your men at arms are just doing nothing. You know, it's not like he's ran them across, landed them, and they're attacking. They're just sitting here. You know, it's kind of like when you watch someone build knights and then leave them in their base. You just kind of shrug and go, like, what was the point? Why did we build this? And unfortunately, Matt is going to get worse. Did he get seen? I mean, even if he doesn't get seen, because Core's removed the dock, he's now going to go check up here. It's going to get, like, discovered even if the transfer wasn't seen yet. Yellow's like, just a little bit more time. Just a little bit more time. Just keep wasting time on my dock. I've got this. He's even building more fishing boats. He's even out the boar and the deer. I'm going to be real, guys. I'm really disappointed in Yellow. If I was Yellow, I would have built this mill, researched pro scouts, pumped scouts because they come out quicker than give them in arms, and then landed on his island, stolen his deer, and then all chat typed, you can't even protect the wildlife, bro. Oh, that's true. I do need to swear. Anna really loves the swears. I think I'm the only caster that doesn't swear. Maybe Winston. I think Winston's usually a good boy too. That depends. If you're like very Christian, then me saying Jesus or bloody. I've actually had that on a broadcast before. Where like, KP, we love working with you, but can you please not curse? I was like, huh? What do you mean curse? Like, they're like, you said the word. I was like, what word? Bloody. I'm like, huh? That's a curse? Maybe if I'm like 7 years old, that's a curse, but really? Okay, so he's trying to sneak out. He didn't make it. Like, the transport ship play has one Hail Mary, and he's not going to get it, guys. Like, this is over. Wait, what does yellow's name mean? Do I even want to know? Am I gonna get banned? Well, I don't know about me getting banned, but I do know that yellow's about to get banished to the Shadow Realm. Cool. 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 Wait, he's actually good. It's the beginning of the comeback. Da 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 da. Oh wait, he's just gonna leave. Oh. Wait, cool. What? Or not? Well, I guess we'll like upload this as a bundle together. Props to this guy. He has signed up like multiple weeks. I respect the commitment. And like, this is a reminder. People are like, oh, I don't want to sign up because like, what's the point? All the top pros gonna take all the spots. This guy's a plat level gamer and he got in. This is like the pristine example. You know when like someone criticizes a pro player and I go, look, if you think you can do better, prove it. Boom. Or not even criticize, they flame them. I'm like, if you think you can do better, prove it. Boom. You can actually prove it. Sign up. Next week, it could be you up against Core. And maybe, just maybe, when he sees that Byzantine pick in the draft, he'll have a heart attack. The Order of the Dragon pick, not so much. Instead, Core is now the one Normandying. Oh my god, he's built stables up on the island. No Core Elves here. I don't know if we'll catch more Core's game this week, but if we don't, then technically, based on the scriptures of YouTube and how people's brains work, Core has a 100% win rate in KPMM 19. He's probably going to clip that, ship that, send it over to his mum. Like, are you proud of me, mama? And she's going to respond, only when you beat Marine Lord in the series. God's sake, it's a great little gatehouse. Oh my god. We're 14 minutes into the game, and he's building a Great Wall Gatehouse. No, it's not age 4 versus age 2. He got out of there before it happened. Big smart gamer. Gotta respect that. He's like, I write my own destiny. Okay, so let's get ready for our next set. We should have a fun one, actually, because we should have... Yes. Lucifron has marked his return. Let me update everything. So, Dry River default, Archipelago, and Lipany. Core casted a game or two, that should bump you down to B+ caster. Wait, what? I don't understand. Did you type that right? Alright. So, let's get ready for Lucy's set. I believe they just hopped into the first game. And it's going to be OTD versus French. Pretty interesting one, actually. Like, French can be decent here. And by the way, remember, it's not Lucy with the French. All right, game one. Do I let you guys gamble on this? Whatever. I mean, this is like a closer series than the last one, right? Lemmy... he's still in Conk. He's Conk 1 right now. He has been higher, though. One and all, Lucifron is back. That's right. Welcome back to the Midweek Master. Lucifron's first reappearance in competitive Age of Empires 4 here in 2025. Just before the DLC drops. His opponent going to be Lemonos, Conk level player, ranked about 900th in the world right now. French versus OTD. Lemmy got a reasonable draft here. It's good to see Lucifron back, by the way. Was a little bit surprised we didn't get the mutual sign-up of Vortex and Lucy, but starting to get the feeling that players are using my weeklies to farm Elo. We've got S-tier tournaments just around the corner, and you've got to remember, Lucifron's Elo is non-existent right now. If you go and check the board, he's originally ranked in at 9th overall, but he's inactive. So he actually needs something to get back on the ATR board so he has favorable seeding. Something tells me he's using our weeklies to do that. And no, this is not Rocky River. So this is Dry River, the map that came before Rocky River. Because you used to have Rocky Canyon and you had Dry River. Rocky Canyon was the one with like water but no fish. Dry River is the one that has 6 ponds with 2,500 food in each one. And then Rocky River was the iteration where they originally had 4 fish in each pond, but nerfed it down to 2 because everyone would fish. So, interesting thing about this game already, though, is nobody is fishing. Yeah, and more interesting than that is the fact that Lucy goes for that classic move out onto the deer. What's cool is he could actually move onto the fish afterwards. The shoreline fish gathering rate is insanely powerful. It would be very risky in this matchup because against French, you're expecting them to open knights. And OTD, although they can go for spears, if you start playing too forward on your food, you're going to struggle to have enough spears to defend all your economy. I do like that we brought this in, actually. Because it's kind of testing the waters on how strong Pro Scouts is. It's probably the best time to do it because the expectation is that Pro Scouts get nerfed next week. Like, what we have here is a situation where this map used to be dock dominant. Like, you would basically dock, and whoever got more than 3 docks usually won. But because Pro Scouts is such an affirmative part of the current meta, it shakes things up in a really positive light. It's why we brought certain other maps back as well that historically got to a really tedious point. Like, for example, we revisited Mountain Clearing to see if it would change at all, because on Mountain Clearing, Pro Scouts is irrelevant. You don't want to do it. Now, Mountain Clearing is probably not the best example of, like, it's worth keeping regularly. We threw it in there, we took it away. But I think we've seen other maps, like Frisian was very interesting because Frisian originally featured a midweek muster, and then we took it out. But when we took it out, Pro Scouts hadn't been developed into the meta fully yet. So when we revisited it, we all of a sudden saw a different approach to how it was played. For OTD, gather rate is 1.28 fish. Yes, because they have the 28% base rate increase, and shoreline fish is 1. But remember, everything's inflated, so like these deer are better as well. So Mindwork versus School of Cavalry coming in. Lucifron's just trying to optimize to make sure he's got Rax timing into some spears here. Because when you're playing against French, you're going to want spears. There is an alternative build for Lucifron where he just tries to go FC, but I feel like FC has been falling off in popularity for this civ. He has got enough sheep to potentially justify it, though. Because he went on to the deer, he's sitting on 12 sheep here. Alright, how did you guys gamble? 99% for Lucifron. Okay, I respect the person, the 1%er on Lemonos. Because that's big brain thinking right there. Because remember, like you know, if you play the odds and 1 or 2 of them are right, you hit the jackpot. So Sok coming in. He does have enough to pump. It looks like Lemonos' timing was a little bit less than ideal here. Because he's got too much gold. So is this a double night pump to justify? Yeah, I think he just needed to rebalance here. 4 on gold may have been a little bit too much. You can see it by the food. So Pro Scouts gets queued up. The first night is still waiting. There we go. And now you just gather through to the second night. He's still got 3 on gold, so you can see he wants to scale it. This means that he's going to be maybe a little bit weak on his initial scout push. Lucifron can get an edge there. If he ignores the Rax beginning, which is really bold to do against French. Oh, Hussein, have you ripped off any other maps from the expansion, by the way? I did notice water lines the other day on the mod section. Yeah, if you guys want to basically sample the expansion, Knights of Cross and Roses, before it comes out, you can literally just go to the modding area and look for a map called Waterlines, which is one of the maps, I think the most interesting map judging by the signs that's going to be coming to AoE4. Wait. It's all it was unused assets. Wait, it was in the files. Okay, I assumed you just duplicated, but now that makes it even more. You guys need to go check it. Like, it is legitimately the map. Okay, I kind of want to feature it next week in KPMM. Do we have time? Let me check schedule. Yeah, we would. We would actually legitimately. We would have time, right? Yeah. Actually, would we? It would kind of fit. Actually, I need to figure that out because with the 8th being a Tuesday for the release of the expansion, I don't know if we just take a break week for KPMM because it doesn't make sense. Maybe I like invite some of the top KPMM performers and say, hey, do you want to like play some games? Would you like to play a game? Props if you know what that's from. So, very chill start to the game, by the way. Lucifron is probably thinking about Castle Age. Actually, we have him adding in Horseman, which is a little bit surprising here. So, interesting difference between Dry River and Rocky Canyon. Or Rocky River, rather. Rocky River is actually infamously more difficult for OOTD to block pro scouts. Because on Rocky River, you don't get the big 7 deer stacks, you get all these tiny deer stacks. That's very difficult because it means you have to spread wider and you don't have as many physical entities to do so. So actually, this map, better for Order of the Dragon than the alternative, which would be the Rocky River one. We can have 16-player KPMM? I don't know. I'll have to think on it. I need to come up with a solution that makes sense. It might be also some players just freak out and don't want to play because they're like, oh my god, my elo. Because new sips. Right, so it's like unexplored territory. Need to think of someone that makes sense. Because I don't think anyone else is running show matches or like, you know, DLC launch events. So Spear's moving in. Good denial. Lemonos, he fumbles there. He doesn't actually end up dropping the deer. I think he could have actually, if he saw straight away and dropped, he would have been able to get away. So Lucifron is now snatching from the enemy side. This is good. Lemonos got a really good swarm, right? Because I believe he had deer on top of each other. Lucifron, okay, that was some weird pathing. We'll get blocked out. But this is difficult. Lemmy needs to make sure he's got enough archers before he conflicts with this. Because double gilded horseman hits pretty hard. You think Lucy is getting informed for next EGC or come back to stay? I mean, those are kind of the same thing, right? Those could be the same thing. So I interviewed Vortex in the first S-tier tournament of the year. And he said he'd been talking to his brother. And Lucifron has said if there's enough tournaments being announced and enough happening, he would revisit competitive. And here he is. About to go Castle Age. Can he get away with Regnants here? It'd be a little bit greedy. You're probably going to want more spears because French Knights, but I kind of feel like this is actually a good position to Regnants from. You just have a lot of presence on the map and Lemonos isn't doing anything. Right? He's reacting to the deer. He's just trying to take that away, which means he's not actually attacking your economy whatsoever. It also means that he is simultaneously not blocking a single relic. Now, the trade-off, the risk is once you do tech, Lemonos is going to be rushing like a bat out of hell. He's going to have to move out. So Lucifron, what he could do is trigger Regnants and then just keep flooding spears. You could, in theory, do Gilded Men-at-Arms up against French Knights because they'll be the castle version, so very tanky. But he plays it safe. It is going to be Burgrave. Okay. He resisted the greed. I wonder, is there a world in which he... No, I was going to say, I thought maybe he'd do Spearmen out of the standard racks and then Men-at-Arms out of the Burgrave. Because it's very cost efficient. But I think instead, Lucifron is just going for a good old classic Spear Horseman bump. Yeah, not something you often see in Castle Age. Because Gilded Knights, like, there's no way you need 3 stables for Gilded Knights. They take a really long time to produce, and they cost almost 1,000 resources each. Like, mathematically, triple stables doesn't really add up. So I think we're looking at Horsemen here. He's definitely holding a lot of gold if that's the case. Possibly he's considering Lance Nectar. I just don't know why against Knights. Excuse me. Okay, so there's the first Knight. Is he really trying to get triple Gilded Knight production? Like, reminder that this ends up equating to over 1,500 resources per minute. You're spending about 2,100 resources per minute with this build. He doesn't have that type of income. He's nowhere near that type of income. Nami is going to go on the offensive here. Oh, she's just a little bit slow to show up. Like, he's legitimately queuing up Gilded Knights, but the pacing just doesn't make sense. I think what happened here is Lucifron maybe over-gathered on wood, and then he just tried to put it to good use. And because he's got Pro Scouts, he doesn't need to go farms yet. So, like, there would be no point adding farms in here. And you could argue adding in farms would elongate the value of the Pro Scouts, though. Does this actually work? If Lemonos finds his tech timing well, Knights vetted should be able to deal with the Gilded Knight count quite easily. Gilded Knights are a funky thing, guys. Like, they just don't really die. But also, I want to say when you're fighting up against, like, enemy Knights like this, the damage is negligible. The whole goal is you can just run away. And I think that's the idea for Lucifron. This is an out-micro opportunity where when he goes in and the Knights attack, what Lemonos is going to want to do is surround that Knight to get the kill. If he does that, it means he's turning his back to the spin. So you could kill the Gilded Knight, but then you just die to veteran spins. Backside clash coming in. Knights, wait, what? Oh my god, Lemonos, no. I know that he needed to do some pressure, but he just A-clicked into veteran spears. I'm starting to wonder if he even noticed that they were actually vetted up. That is enough to force an immediate GG. Folks, Lucifron is back. I mean, that just felt like an easy peasy execution. So, G1 going to Lucy. Could Lemmy have done anything different there to really resolve the problem, is what I'm wondering. I think maybe just taking a flank raid approach to it and then just looking for a tech makes more sense, probably. Because the all-in didn't really give him any advantage whatsoever. It definitely felt like he forced the matter on himself, but I can see where it's coming from. Like, he's so far behind his age timing. Maybe... Could he have built more archers to push it? Probably not, because the problem is once your opponent goes Castle Age, you don't want to add in more knights, more archers, rather. Because, like, heavily armored units. And yeah, game ended. Lemmy just didn't really have a solution. He lost the Pro Scouts War, and then he was overinvested. So, next game is going to be ready in a minute and a half. I'm going to run ads now, guys. Boop. This is where YouTube's like, we don't have ads! I'm like, damn. Well, ain't you the cool kids? Ah, yes. People still molding over the tweet. What do you guys think is going to be the nerf for Pro Scouts in the end? We've speculated so much now, and we're almost there. Oh, by the way, like, I've been looking at the... remind me to go over this after this game. Because it's interesting. People were talking about the comp maps, right? 1 second. Yo, what is up, Drunken Smuggler? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to Swarm. So yeah, people talking about like the maps are going to be competitive. Remind me to talk over this because like this is interesting. I don't know if this one's going to be a comp map. This one looks very maybe gimmicky to me. We'll see though. By the way, I would like to point out to people, like remember from the dev side, there isn't there isn't an ambition to make every map competitively viable. We can tell that because Turtle Ridge was released with Sultan's Ascent. And Turtle Ridge is like the most anti-competitive map ever. You just camp. It's like a different version of Mountain Pass. Okay. When in doubt, get your Chinese out. One and all, welcome back to the Lucifron Lemonos series. It is going to be as close to a Chinese mirror as we can get with competitive rulings here. Lemonos with the Chinese, and Lucifron with the Shu Ji. Oh, wow. And that is a huge difference in starting island. Hold up. Look at this. Lucifron got the skinny, and Lemmy's got a chubby. This is a really fat island. Now, that's pretty good for him. It means he can keep his economy away from harassment. This island for Lucifron actually has some risks where like sprinkle ships can actually reach your tree line and reach your golds. So if Lemonos actually finds a way of being the aggro party here, Lucifron could be in trouble. Now I'm trying to remember how Sushi versus China goes, because it's been a long time since we've had Archipelago in rotation. Or rather, like, we have it, but we don't usually see Sushi versus Chinese coming out here. From what I can recall, I think Sushi was favored back when we had it in meta. The logic being is the Meditation Garden just gives you a lot of extra resource stall, and then you are able to sneak your way into Castle Age. And the rules says it can be restarted? Yes, but you have to call for a restart. And Lucy hasn't called for a restart. I don't think Lucifron's going to call for a restart. And here's why, guys. You have to call for a restart in the first few minutes of the game. I believe the ruling is 3 minutes you have. And people don't scout with the fishing boat. He deleted scout, that's absolutely fine. Like, that's actually the meta. Lucifron knows this because last time he was like proper competitive active, Archipelago was a core part of the competitive. The logic is that you save on your housing timing by deleting the scout. So you can delay your house a little bit longer and get an additional fishing boat out. So that's fine. He was never going to build a transport ship. The thing that you could do to scout is using the fishing boats, but people don't want to do that, especially in Chinese Shushi matchups, because you're close to a mirror. I guess, like, to be blunt about it, this is the unfortunate reality of random generation. Unavoidable, really. The only way you can potentially avoid this is by having someone hunt seeds. But even when you hunt seeds, it doesn't always spawn the exact same map, to my understanding. And also, to have someone hunt seeds, you'd have to have an admin sitting there. And they would have to basically pull 32 seeds. No, actually more than that, right? I'm trying to remember how many matchups it would be. So first round, you've got 16 matchups. There's 8, so we're up to 24. Then we're up to 28. I think it's 31 seeds. You need to get 31 seeds ready each week, which is just not financially viable. Like, if you guys ever sat there and just spawned maps, because remember, it wouldn't be you spawn the map 31 times, and that's good, we've got 31 seeds. You, as the admin, would have to sit there, spawning the map until you get a good, reasonable balanced spawn, and then you'd have to log that spawn. And then you'd have to go through the process again. So, like, there's a potential for you to actually spawn each map, and when we have 7, remember, each week, 100 times. So you as an admin would have to spawn 700 maps per week. It's just not viable. So yeah, it's unfortunate. It is what it is. I wish there was a better solution. I don't know if there's really a way to train a bot to do it. Maybe. So, like, the way you could train a bot is you'd have to use, like, image recognition. So that you would basically have it check the minimap, and it would then confirm that against a minimap image. And the goal would be, if it has a relative similarity, then it's a viable spawn. But you still have to have a PC running the whole time in the background. You'd also have to, like, set that up and code it first. TLDR is, suck it up. Sadly, it's just part of comp AoE4. This is a really good meditation gun for Lucifron, by the way. He's going to get probably about... Could this be 40 wood? I think that's 40 wood, 25 gold, 25 stone. Really, really good for him. Now, some people are going to try to say that Lucifron got scammed on this spawn, and I see where it come from. But Lucifron actually has one upside that he could have leaned into if he wants to. Still can. He can set up a fishing boat line on the back line. He can have the safest economy in the game, while Lemonos cannot. So while Lemonos' land economy is safe, his water economy is always, in theory at least, going to be more riskily located than Lucifron's. So tech up complete quicker for Shushi, that's to be expected. And we already have double boat on the way. Lemmy's pretty weak here, actually. He only has 5 fishing boats. Yeah, he only went for a 1-dock opener. That's kind of wild. It's possible to train a bot, but it really takes some time. AI needs at least 5,000 samples for it. Exactly, yeah. And you'd have to do it manually. Yeah, it's just not feasible. And yes, KPMM 18 finals was streamed. I believe I saved it to highlights. Like, it exists on YouTube. I've said to people before, by the way, if you are going to go back and watch VODs, highly recommend and appreciate if you watch them on YouTube instead of Twitch, because Twitch doesn't actually give any revenue generation, whereas YouTube does. But yes, it's just, if you're looking for a Twitch, it's not in the recent broadcast, it would be in the recent highlights. But like I said, just go watch on YouTube. But, you know, watch it after the stream. So, Master was coming from Lucy. Lemonos, I don't know, man. He just looks behind. There's no other way to diplomatically refer to this. Like, his build is just a lot slower. If you can get some good demo hits, he can actually reset the playing fields. But remember, he still has an economy issue. It's 5 fishing boats versus 11. You do have additional taxmen, but you don't have additional food. And food makes the world go round, folks. By the way, Medigarden in the end was 36 wood. So still an 86 resource extra, which is like having 2 extra villages. If Lemmy could actually beat Lucifron on water, I'd say he could take the series. Even with Lucifron not being warmed up, this man has micro experience spanning over a decade. And we've seen how dominant he can be on the waterfront. Kind of crazy that Lemonos chose this. He could have instead taken us to Lipany and then come back to this last, but this is the tricky part about BO3 when Archipelago gets drafted. You're going to have to address it. Now, I know some people are like, that's unfair, KP. Why does he have to play Archipelago against one of the best water players in the game? He didn't. He could have banned it. He left it available. And I don't know if it was him or Lucy picked it, but like, it was there. I reckon Lemonos picked this. I think most people, and pause that for demo. Oh, that's GG. So I actually think low-ranked players tend to pick Archipelago, Holy Island, etc. more than the high-ranking players. The reason is they think that it's less explored territory and there's more question marks about how things play. Also, the snowbally volatility of demo ships gives you an opportunity where just one mistake made by a pro could ruin the whole game. Unfortunately for Lemonos, Lucifron is back, and he's made no mistakes so far in Midweek Muster. Yo. GG to Lemmy. Lad's been grinding. He's been queuing up regularly. Oh, did we not put predictions for game 2? I'm sorry, guys. I totally slept on that. So, let's get ready with the next set. In a weird map, there might be a 1% chance they make stupid. Yeah, it's also more than that. It's like, the logic is, when you're talking about these environments that are less explored, usually the argument I've heard from like the very grinded out pros who've played many games is they think it's unfair on like the less experienced gamer, because the less experienced gamer would prefer like Dry Arabia because they play Dry Arabia more. I think that's like a fallacy. You can lean it either way. It comes down to the person's own POV, and you'll get a mixture of responses, because some people will say, well, if you play Dry Arabia, I may have played 100 games to Dry Arabia, but you've played 1,000 games to Dry Arabia. If we play Holy Island, you may have played 100 games of that, and I've only played like 2. It's like percentile-wise difference, it's like either way, like I'm still very disadvantaged. So I think, like, from that POV, the logic is that if you choose a map that, in theory, both players have played less, there is less perfection drawn out. So you get more opportunities to trip them over, right? Because Dry Arabia, if they played 1,000 games, they've played more mutations of Dry Arabia, of those matchups, like you could perceive. If they've only played, say, 100 games Archipelago, they've done a lot more grinding than you, but they haven't perfected everything. So, like, I actually understand why. Excuse me. By the way, confirmation, it was actually Lucy who picked Archipelago. But once again, reminder, there were bans. So, Lemonos chose to leave Archipelago in. Auto gameplay loop so boring? Depends on the map. We put Archipelago in because we're like, what the hell? Like, if there's a time to do it, it's now while it's still on the ladder. Holy Island is a good water map. We've had Holy Island for the last few weeks, and they were really good games. Okay, so let's get ready for our next set. Let me see what we've got. So I believe we've got Dumu and Red Darksider or Numadan versus Frodo, I think, at 3 p.m. Actually, I think Numu Frodo might be a little bit later. We could do Kilyadi versus Jondo now. Secret Grove, Gorge. Yeah, let me get them in. All right, we'll go check in on Mr. Kilyadi. And then one sec. Let me see if I find. Is Jondo just called John Doe on his? Yes, I think he is. There we go. No, I know Opera GX. We believe in Opera GX because they believe in us. Look, they sponsor us, and 204 of you so far have believed. I imagine we've got a few of them in chat now. What do you guys think of the Opera GX now that you tried it? You like it? I find it very helpful. You guys should go check it out now. Click the link. It's a free way that you can help the channel to convince them to become a sponsor us again. And it costs you a grand deal of nothing and like 2 minutes of your time. Excuse me. Did they? Yeah, I think we're good. Okay, this is interesting. I'm kind of smiling. We have Kilyardi playing his Abbasids. Yeah, he secretly loves them. Yeah, big shout out to my boy Kilyardi. Very quick on the response. Did open his data. Alright, we'll do the 2x speed. Alright, one and all, welcome back to another opening set on Midweek Muster. It's the return of Kilyardi to his Abbasids. Oh, this is refreshing, guys. I'm so happy we actually put Drive Rover on, because Kilyardi is actually very entertaining on Abbasids. I want to say Kilyardi is one of the best players to watch playing ABBA, because of the way that he plays them. He's not overly defensive. He usually looks to be aggressive, all-in-y. I remember a time where it was highlighted that, like, ABBA had become, in 2024, Kilyardi's most played Civ. And I can't remember if it's Dumu or someone else talking to me who's like, it's kind of weird, because you wouldn't think of Kilyardi for this Civ. He's so aggressive, it just doesn't align with his principles. Other side, he's going to be up against Japanese, though. This is a pretty good matchup for Jondo, no? Historically, yes, but we have to remember that water got nerfed for them. The fishing boat investment is a lot more pricey now. Meanwhile, Kilyardi benefits from super cheap docks on a map where you don't want to bloat too many fishing boats per dock. Because on Dry River, remember, there's 6 ponds, 2,500 food per. So actually, like, Jondo has a big negative here. If this was, say, 2 big ponds where there's, say, 10 fish, actually the fishing boat discount is worth it. The problem you have here is you're probably going to build 4 fishing boats, and per fishing boat, you're saving, what, 19 wood? So that means you're saving 76 wood per 4 builds. Meanwhile, Kilyadi is saving 75 wood per dock. So you see how this is difficult. The problem that you're going to have as Jondo is that you have to condense each pond just to make a fractional value improvement of free wood. Compared to Kilyadi, who can spread wider quicker, diversifying the risk and making an all-in less impactful. For example, if like Jondo goes for a pressure point on one of these docks, there could be 2 more up already. So you're just basically going to shut down maybe a third of your opponent's food income. And we are going to get the classic opening. Military Wing into Koka. This is pretty much the bread and butter. When we saw maps like, for example, Kawasan, we saw a lot of both of these civs getting picked. And it was always the same idea, that you would basically go into the Ram play to try and get rid of the dock, and Ninja Response was there to shut you down. But you have to actively invest more to make the Ninja play work. And there you go. Second dock come through for Kilyadi. And Jondo doesn't even reach the critical point where this pond would pay for itself. He stops at 3 fishing boats. Archer ship is on the way, but Sabotage is going to come out. Archer spears are going to be reacting quick enough here, so Jondo will inevitably have to retreat. In fact, I think Jean was really greedy about this. We don't have a transitional play. Okay, there we go. He was setting up. We've got Yuumi. Yuumi is the correct call. Usually the way you beat Military Wing is you build 3 archers. I think when it's Yuumi, you have to build more, though. I think you have to build 4. And that's not... I don't think that's a good investment, actually, when I map it out. Because if you go for 3 archers, that's 240. But if you go for 4 Yuumi, that ends up being 300. And you don't really want to build too many Yuumi because of this. Horseman is already on the way. Now, that's not too bad. Jondo can actually contest Horseman with Shinobi. Instead, though, he's adding in the racks. Color me a little bit surprised. I wonder what Jondo's thought process is here. Technically, Spearman is the more direct counter to Horseman. But Shinobi are a better all-around unit, and you only pay 20 resources more. What's more interesting is the resource diversification. You're spending less food per Shinobi than you would per Spear. That's important because food is a more limited factor at this point in the game. Gold, you have 4,000 of. You can just spam so many ninjas here. And I'm glad to see him going back for them. And by the way, outside of that difference in cost of 20 resources we talked about, which you get a lot of value from, by the way. Remember, with the Shinobi, they have similar DPS to Spears against Horsemen because of the attack speed and base damage. But the other thing is, this Rax investment costs Jondo an extra 150 wood. Yeah, it's starting to feel like it was a misstep. Okay, he's actually using it now. The guys, seriously, like, just look at the stats on it. A Spearman takes almost 2 seconds to attack. It's 1.88. And they do 24 damage, but that's a Dark Age Spear. So it's about 30 damage. But a Shinobi against a Horseman is going to do 25 damage and attack every 1.25 seconds. On top of that, although a Shinobi will have slightly less health than a Spearman, they have the ability to heal, relocate, and move faster. If it feels like I'm trying to sell you on an apartment in Hanzo Hattori Town, it's because I am. They are that good. We have seen people destrominate matchups off of spamming Shinobi. That's it. Looks like Ram has cleared the way, by the way. And this is my worry. Like, the Ram play, if you don't address it directly, you lose because of how expensive each of these docks are. And Kilyadi, meanwhile, just has a completely unharassed economy. More Raxas as well. Jondo with the switch up into Samurai is interesting. The problem now is you're prolonging Feudal, and you see what Kilyadi's doing next. So this was the classic ABBA can beat Japan on water type mentality. On land, I actually heavily favor Japan. When you add in water, if Japan doesn't do enough damage early on, and you force along Feudal, this begins to happen. Camels are on the way. In the meantime, the Yuumi are getting swept aside by the Horsemen. I don't think Jondo has much left in him here. He's a mile behind now. At this point, Kiliadi can do whatever the hell he wants. He's even going pro scout. I don't know if this is in his mind a preventative, or if this is just like BM levels of greed. He doesn't really need pro scouts to close out this game. But you could argue that Jean Do's going to need the extra food. So if you just take it away, he's starved. And what makes it even worse for Jean Do, going for Coca Township is not friendly to limited food sources. Kura Storehouse allows you to get away with not much food because of the wheat from the farms that spawn. But in this situation, because he didn't go for it, he actually sacrificed 12 farms. 12 farms is quite a lot, guys. That ends up being equivocal to, was it 900 wood saved? And then also generates wood afterwards. So really rough. Obviously takes a long time for this to spawn in. The whole idea is organically, by the time you're running out of sheep, the farms are there to ease you into the transition. And now we have rams. Oh. The farmhouse idea from Jean is actually good because it's efficient. We've seen this is quite popular at high level, but the problem is if you can't defend it, you just burn away a lot of resources. So he's going to go for the contest. Shinobi are getting sniped down though. Remember, Camel Archer counters everything here essentially. The Yuumi don't do enough to kill the Camel quickly. The Camel Archer base damage is high enough to kill the Samurai. And the Camel Archer gets double damage against Spears and Shinobi. That's why Camels are the ultimate counter. Interesting detail here is the fact that Kiliadi didn't scale it. I kind of like this, though. He's gone to Horseman Archer instead. Logic being is that if your opponent can get into Horseman, he can be favored here because Japanese Horseman will be much better the longer the feudal goes. Due to the fact they have an extra melee tech, and also the fact that they can get the Bannerman. But by going for the Camel Archer, you debuff them so much that Jean Do is essentially inclined to never go Horseman. Yeah, I gotta say, right now, this game is feeling less like a Jean Do. He can't do anything. He's basically waiting for Kiliadi to make a mistake. If he tries to come out and fight near the docks, Archer ship could spawn, he's screwed. In fact, it's already there. And then the backstab would follow up to kill him. The important thing to keep in mind is they may be militarily close, but they are miles apart in terms of the quality of the army. Yuumi do not even have their Bannerman. They're irrelevant in comparison because on top of it all, Kiliadi also did get the boot camp. Yeah, so we're talking a 15 health differential between each of these archers. He's going to bait him into the engagement. Spear count is getting pretty low. The Horseman can just commit. And no! Key bindings, Jean. He has the Spearman on a different group. The Men-at-Arms overextended there. They're going to get wiped out. Archers are sniping out the remaining spears. There's enough of them left to clear the way. The Samurai are also already dead. He did get rid of the Camel Archer, but it just doesn't matter. The Horseman flood is big enough that you're not going to mirror into ponies. How does Jean Do fix this? He has finally got Daimyo coming. The problem is you can't go Yuumi now. Like, you're too small. Samurai Katana Bannerman might be his one hope. I just don't think he has the food for it. He's hiding in the corner right now. Like, massing houses here also after losing the ford. Oh my god. He barely touched his berries. Wait, why did he actually... Because he went through the sheep first. But guys, he had, like, you can get the wheelbarrow levels. And berries is better than sheep. And it's also, you get rid of the risky resource first. I think for Jean Do, like, it was in the back of his mind and he was more focused on losing water and what that was causing. But Horseman Dive now coming in. Kiliadi, substantial eco damage done here. On top of that, Coach Wings on the way. I think it's fair to say Jean is gone. But don't worry, guys. We've got a Yuumi Bannerman. No, I don't know about that. All right, do you guys want a noob trap trick? If you're playing against a low-ranking player, who's maybe just A-clicking the fights. And, like, yep, you're losing against a low-ranking player. It's fine. Like, rank is what it is. But at low rank, a player's probably less likely to pay attention to key details, like what unit is being attacked, if it's part of the same retinue. So, for example, let's say, like, you're playing a low-rank player, and your Spearmen go in, and your Archers are hit. If you forward your Yuumi Bannerman intentionally, the aggro is going to switch onto him in the fight. That's really good for you, because Bannermen have ranged armor built in, and they have over double the health of standard Yuumi. So this absorbs a crap ton of arrows, and that gets you the win. Because the other thing is, even if the Bannerman dies, like, oh my god, I can't let my Bannerman die, I need the buff. No, remember, when he dies, the buff remains for half a minute. Enough to win the fight. So, just a little handy tip for those low-ranked gamers that maybe want to do a simple micro trick to get an edge. And all you have to do for that is have one extra control group. Oh, speaking of control, Kiliadi, full control of this game now. The veterancy's on the way. Jean, he had the right idea. He was trying to tech up. The worry now is, like, Kiliadi could just all-in him. With veteran archers, I just don't think you hold. He's even going Pock, so Preservation Knowledge coming in. We'll probably see Lancers to assist. That's already ticked. Jean's going to need more spears, but you don't really want to build spears against composite bow archers. So, like, the only choice he is genuinely left with here is going castle. Now, when you go castle, you might be thinking build Onimusha because Lancers. The problem here is if you build Onimusha, you lose to Archer composite bow. They will destroy you. So, for that reason, he's basically stuck going Mount Samurai. I think it's his only option. The classic. Well, things could be worse. You never took your extra fish, right? In fairness, Shondo did eventually get back on the ponds, but you see the dynamics of why, like, Dry River is better for Abbasids in theory compared to Japanese. I think Japan can still do things, but you have to actually do the things. You have to be active. Because when you're talking about multi-ponds, Abbasids has remained one of the most powerful civs for that element because of how cheap and casual the investment is. Japan's an infantry civ? Of course they are. Mount Samurai are still samurai. They're just wearing a pony. No Gulam? No, because if you go Gulam, you can lose to Mount Samurai or Samurai. It's just all about ranged advantage. And these folks are probably going to get composite bow if the game lasts long enough. He's got Steel Arrow coming in instead. That's going to be a wipe. I think that's GG. Jean, I mean, his gold is forward. He has got retracted, but he's got food gatherers over here. The Flown Gate is setting up for an archer range play, but he has 0 standing army. And 0 hopes. G1 going across to Gileadi. Back on his good old Abbasids. Alright, so game 1 for the Jarman. Oh my god. That was taking ages to actually push me out of game. So G2, we're going to be seeing Gorge here. Oof. Delhi versus Chinese. Honestly, guys, this has always been a really hard matchup for Delhi. We'll do the 2x speed, because I want to be ready for the Dumu series. So if we have a third game here, we'll just come back to it afterwards. All right, welcome to one of the most painful matchups for Delhi in the history of Age of Empires 4. One and all, it's Chinatown. I don't know if you guys know this, but Kiliadi is actually a Chinese name. We have it on recording at a LAN. If you guys remember King of the North, he pointed out that his favorite civ is China. The hilarity is I don't think he expected that over half a year later, it actually would become one of his most effective civs. Meta changed, right? Kiliadi hated this civ when it was about playing 2TC. I think he loves it now that it's about the Pro Scouts meta, because it gives aggro potential. Jean on the other side, Delhi really powerful on Gorge. I think when we look at his draft, if this had been any of the other picks that Kiliadi had, Delhi would feel really good. Jean is a skill-based one. You can win it with Delhi, though. Byzantines could have been good. But China is just such a struggle. So, Imperial Academy on the way. Looking at the spawns, one really good news piece for Jean Do is the double deer west. Bad news is double deer east. Kiliadi is going to get a lot of deer quickly. But the reason this is good is if Jean opens spears, he can defend this really easily. The problem is when you get a spawn where you get one deer stack over here and one over here, it's difficult to get enough spearmen, even as Delhi, to defend both at the same time. Now, likely we're not going to be beginning spears here. Usually you want to begin with Ghazi. Whole idea is by beginning Ghazi, you have pressure on the map. And also, it is like Fort Gold. And you could also just kind of camp here. The reason why Ghazi is also super, super effective is it should force Kiliadi to go into Spearman. Yeah, I think Jondo's end goal here is a 1-1-1 build. You have to be careful about how you thread the needle. That 1-1-1 build is probably going to be focused around going for sacred sites in the castle. Because if you just try to go for an all-in, China can sneak into Chukanu, and Chukanu over time can just disintegrate like the comp. This is also why people start to revisit Tower of Victory against China and Shuji specifically, is against those civs, if you do not have the extra attack speed on your archers, it's very difficult to thin the herd quick enough so that you can get your Ghazi on top of the Shuganu. Deer shoving, we have a teensy tiny bit. Pro Scouts comes in way too quick for Chinese to ever deer shove. Sheep count, by the way, going to be 12 to 15. We'll stick on the 2x speed for this early game. In fact, do we go in a little bit faster? Let's experiment with that. Archer range is coming in. Yeah, but this makes sense. Like, he went Ghazi, it forces spear reaction like we talked about. Now he gets ahead. But Kiliadi can obviously go back because he has already got the stables. Now, this is one of the tricky things I've highlighted about Pro Scouts and why also it has a subtle oppressive element to the game's dynamics. Pro Scouts is a way that you can secure one of your production buildings and not feel like you're necessarily going to be counted. You can just sit it there and it's not a wasted investment. That's very rare. If you build an archer range and you don't build archers out of it, you feel bad. You're behind. If you build a racks and you don't build spearmen out of it, you feel bad. It's also why civs that have men-at-arms and spearmen can feel good because they have that diversification. So the thing with China, the thing with like any civ that's very good at pro scouting, is going for stables. If I go stables and you open spears, I'm meant to feel bad. But because I play scouts, I don't feel bad. Because what I'm doing is forcing you to build spears anyway to counter me. But it's never to fight you. So I can essentially just get a step ahead on the transition unit type of archers, while also still having value from the stables. Does that make sense? It's a very weird conundrum with Pro Scouts. So sacred sites are locked in though. This is really good for Jean. He's playing this right. He's going for the fast castle. Did he do the double mill? Yeah, good boy. Okay, so scouts are being produced now. Honestly, I think Jean's position looks pretty good. And we do have Kiliadi going for the all-in, I expected. Chikunu on the way. So if Jean sees this, he can just look to prep men-at-arms. I think if you prep lances, there is a very big risk here because it's spear chuk. Problem is right now, it feels like Jean isn't really getting any information off the map. Ghazi come home to protect the deer gathering. It's going to be break on the walls. We'll stick with the 2x speed. House of Learning is coming in. Yeah, reminder, by the way, after this series, guys, we'll be hopping into Dumu versus Red Darksider. I actually met Red Darksider at the Garrison plan. Really nice guy. Had a really positive mental attitude. I had a smile on my face because I remember I asked him, it's like, do you feel like playing KPMMs has helped you improve as a player? He's like, absolutely. Which is music to my ears. That's what I want to see. And that's why also we like looking on these early round games. I know some people go, oh my god, Kiliadi should win this because he's Kiliadi. But the importance of checking it out is, one, to weave the narrative, someone's journey beginning, but it's also the educational elements along the way. Like, look in this game for Jean. The problem he has right now, he's teched up, he doesn't know what to build. Against this army, War Elephant goes pretty hard. You could War Elephant or you could go Men-at-Arms. And I think he actually would have benefited from going War Elephant here. Because the problem is the Raxes weren't prepped. If he had like triple racks or double racks at least, The men-at-arms flood would have protected him. But Kiliadi, he's already in Call of Duty camper mode. Villagers are going to be scouted as well. The horseman. Did he see the wolf? I don't think so. Remember, the wolf doesn't show on the minimap, so you have to look at it. Unfortunately, he's going to punt blind here. And find them anyway. Oh my god, even with textiles. It doesn't matter. Jean may be an age up. But he's a whole economy down. Now, he does have a 5 relic game potential here. But Kiliadi has almost double the raw economy count now. Yeah, and he's not going to be too far behind his castle timing. Other problem here for Jean, he may have 5 relics on the way home. Some of them are going to run past the army, though. Not too many, though. It looks like, whoa. Okay, I'm going to give him props where props is due. Jean got these relics back really quickly. That's impressive. That's like M-Lord levels of efficiency on the relics. Maybe it's just something in the French water or in French blood. But speaking of French blood, it is going to get spilt here. Dive underneath the TC. He still hasn't aged up yet, by the way. Doesn't care. I mean, Jean has got a lot of men-at-arms. I think if he hadn't lost those villages, he'd be fine here. But this is a big problem. Like, eventually this army is going to be pushed back, sure. But he's already hemorrhaged just so much economy. Running for his life to the south side. Love this. Chickenu are going to make their way across there. Men-at-arms get distracted by the melee. This is perfect for Kiliadi if he just keeps on diving. He knows. Yeah, he's seeing the buildings being constructed. He'll just keep on chasing. And no, Jean, you need to keep running. You need to keep running. Gratuit. Okay, so he will be able to get away. Kiliadi has decapped 2 of the sacred sites. 1 still remains. And what? Hold your breath. Squeaky bum time activated here. He dodges death. Okay. So, Jean. A lot of relics here. All but 1 made it home. Kiliadi is now flooding past guard. And the problem you have here is the food income. Jean got a lot of men-at-arms together. But Hone Blades is nowhere near ready as the skulls were healing the fight. On top of that, Kiliadi has so much food to pump with, he can just outmass you now. PG plus crossbows coming in. We're going back to the 2x speed. What do you guys think? If Jean hadn't lost those villages with the Chickenu here, I think Jean is winning this game. Like, very convincingly. But that hit was so brutal. I mean, this is the difference between Archers and Chuk. Archers would have maybe got like 4 or 5 kills against textile villages. Chickenu took them all out. Granary's also coming in. Kiliadi's going to keep the pump going. Meanwhile, Jean doesn't have a farm to his name. To make matters worse, he gets found! It's Chuk again! And PG is that second layer of pain to the cake. Looks like Kiliadi is going to get to take the cake and take the series here. So 2x again. I think at this point, Jean is just kind of going through the motions. I don't really see the recovery mechanism. I feel as if like Kiliadi's in a position where he can afford probably at least 2 big mistakes and still be in contested territory in this game. I mean, he has got War Elephants, right? It's just unfortunate. The War Elephants actually would have made the initial defense much easier. I wonder what Jondo's thought process was when he did tech and didn't go straight into a War Elephant. Maybe he expected more spears from Kiliadi because we have God Vision, he doesn't. I honestly think part of it was just he was very tunnel vision on the Rax play. Because it does make sense. You see Chickenu, you go men-at-arms, CG. The timing is just really aligned. The guards are going to try to shut down the raid, but we already have a second group coming in. And then a third after that. Other worrisome part here is Kiliadi did go for Imperial Palace, so he could scout you everywhere. Walls going to come out, but they're going to fail. Yeah, not a chance against shoot crossbows. If it was just PG, that match that actually might have worked. Oh, props to Sean. I know people usually focus on the rank, so I'll just give the context as well. Jondo is actually pretty decent at the game. He's ranked 504th in the world right now. It's actually his best season in a long time. Season 1, Season 2, he was top 500, but like more recent seasons, it's been ranked 1,000, ranked 2,000. So like he's actually done reasonably well this season overall. And I think we can see the potential. Like the way he played this, it was just, it genuinely was that one slip up on the villages that cost him the lead. So, Elephant is going to walk into crossbows. This is a death sentence. Wait, elephants can lose? But I guess when they lose, they yell so loudly that you go deaf from it. At this point, I feel like we upload this video just to try and help get China nerfed. You know, I was thinking about this the other day. What do you think are the odds they make a third Chinese Civ? Like, why stop at 2 variants, you know? So, good question. Is there a big difference between watching live stream on Twitch and YouTube from a financial point of view? So, my recommendation is always do both. In terms of revenue generation, YouTube, it will generate more ad revenue. But obviously Twitch has the subscriptions associated. So like Twitch is, compared to YouTube, making like 3 times as much. And compared to the live stream element on its own, it'd be probably 6 or 7, maybe 8 times as much. The other thing that's really important is like, when it comes to live streaming, live stream values to sponsors is weighed in very differently than YouTube integrations. It's like the value of a sponsor saying, okay, like you have a 20,000 view average on YouTube. The way they price that is very different to the way they price a Twitch integration because they do it across a month and average viewership. So like, given our size, given everything else, in terms of where you watch live stream from a securing sponsor standpoint, Twitch is more helpful. When it comes to like the direct VOD revenue generation, YouTube's better. Which is why I always say to people, if you can, and you don't mind, watch the YouTube VOD after the stream instead of the Twitch VOD after the stream. Hope that helps. Chinese variant with a hero unit. I don't know if people really want more hero units right now. But as a lover of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, I would 100% take a Yellow Turban Rebellion where all the units are absolute trash, except the leaders, like Zhang Zhao, who will just beat everyone with magic. I think that belongs probably in Age of Mythology. I don't know. Okay, so like, here's the thing. I think where they went wrong with the Zhon Civ, they should have made China the hero Civ. And they should have had Lu Bu, Zhang Fei, or Guan Yu. Maybe Zhang Liao. Anyone who knows like Dynasty Warriors or Romance of the Three Kingdoms stuff knows exactly what I'm talking about. Because you could believe, based on the stories of history, those guys would destroy a whole army. Dive coming in. My god, Kiliadi wants this gone. And Jondo's going to be gone from this game. Grinded to dust. I mean, we're 33 versus 87 economy. We haven't really focused on the combat because there is literally no combat left that's going to favor Sean here. This should be the GG call. Let me know what you think, guys. That's kind of an interesting discussion for the comments down below. Would you actually like to see like a Lu Bu type faction if you had to choose another hero civ? Excuse me. Okay. Gully versus Scarlet Devil? I guess I'm not watching that live set because they literally didn't communicate they're doing that live set. In fact, yeah, I just checked chat. They literally just said that they're doing that set now. Or half an hour ago. But we were already in a set. Otherwise, I would have happily done that. I've said this before. I said it in BC's chat in response to Cracky the other day. I actually hate like recorded games, but like as a necessity sometimes. Because you basically... So for those that don't know, I'm going to show you this. Because we're going to do Dumu now, by the way. We're doing Dumu's set. No, we finished Giuliani's set. He's done. So we've got Dumu versus Red Darksider live. But like the thing that's interesting is... Let me give you guys a little insight into how I have to approach match history sometimes. So let's say I'm gonna go and watch a player here, right? Let's choose a high level player, Giuliani, and I'm gonna go in here, and I'll click on like this game. I'm already like, okay, blah 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 blah. I have to basically kind of look to the left of the screen so that I do not see the victory pieces here at all. Click in, and then. I kid you not. Like, did you ever do that thing where you unfocus your eyes, where you just kind of look at something until it goes blurry? I have to like do that and just like click across because I want to come in here and be like, is it interesting civs on the right side? So I basically have to go from clicking left to looking right and not looking at all on the left. Honest to God, this game has been out for 4 years. Can we please just get a spoiler-free match history? That should be feasible, right? I feel like that shouldn't be very hard to do. In fact, do I just message the dev now? I'm like, can we get a spoiler block, please? By the way, I believe Dumu is about to draft for his series. So what we'll do Dumu versus Red Darksider, and then we'll hop into Gully up against... Who is he up against? Scarlet. And I'll have to go through that and not look at the screen thing that we do. So yeah, we'll do that. So we'll do, I think the plan will be to do Dumu versus Red Darksider into Gully versus Scarlet. And then we maybe look at like Voldemar versus Lotlock or Numedan versus Frodo. I'll probably be live for about another, I reckon 3 hours. So we should be able to square in quite a few sets. Sure it's feasible, but hard to manage as a top priority. It feels like it shouldn't be a hard priority, though. I think that's where I get my frustration from. Is like, it should be quite... as someone who understands development, as long as it hasn't been ultra spaghetti coded, it shouldn't be like, this will take us months to do, you know? But I get why they don't necessarily prioritize it. Because it's like a quality of life, not like a drastic requirement. But it has impact. So, Dry River default. Into Archipelago and Tri Arabia. Did the LAN tournament happen? The LAN tournament happened like a few weeks ago. 2 weeks ago? Was it 2 weeks now, chat? Like, yeah. Garrison was started this month. You okay? Where you been sleeping? Okay, so... Civ picks for first game. HRE French for Dry River. Benny Boy got his HRE, man. I know, it's like HRE... Oh, he had ABBA, so he actually had Flex. Because he could have saved HRE for Dry Arabia. But yeah, the reason he didn't pick ABBA is he basically only has ABBA as the choice for Archipelago. Red Darksider has a shot, guys. From a draft POV, like Archipelago could be a bit rough for Dumu. I think he plays really well ABBA on Archipelago, but like you're talking about China. Maybe English. I think China seems more likely though. busy with career stuff. Okay, guys. By the way, I'm going to run a 1.5 ads now. That way you don't have to worry about them afterwards. So yeah, like I said, we'll do this Dumu set. And then after the Dumu set, we'll go into Gully versus Scarlet. And then I think the plan will be Voldemar versus Lock if nothing else pops up. Smart man. Definitely click that AMD link. I think we've, like, the pop-up has stopped happening. We've fulfilled our quota. But I like to go on above and beyond. So if you guys are looking at new graphics cards, I highly recommend taking a look at the 9070 and 9070 XT. I think genuinely you should aim for the 9070 XT. I think it's only $50 more. It's totally worth it. You can see the details here. This is what's going to take you through. We're running an awareness campaign with AMD to make people aware of how good these graphics cards are. It's a 42% generational increase over the last generation. That's real performance gains. And honestly, like, I think AMD has given people something for Series 4. Tricky part, of course, is always going to be getting the cards right now because scalpers are just douchebags that ruin everyone's life. But I feel like you have more opportunity to get an AMD GPU close to its RRP than you do an NVIDIA one. Especially considering that NVIDIA has, in fairness, quite rightly been called out for doing what looked like a paper launch. All right, looks like the boys are ready. Let's get into game. You guys know what a paper launch is, right? This is exactly what it sounds like. It's a launch on paper. It's not a real one. One and all, we have a problem. This cannot go on. They're impersonating each other. This is not Kiliardi. This is Dumu. Oh my god, what is about to happen at the highest level? The ultimate debate to make casters' jobs harder. Beastie will pretend to be Anatan. Anatan will pretend to be Marine Lord. Marine Lord will pretend to be Lucifron. And so on and so forth. I'm predicting it already. It's going to be coming. You know what's quite crafty about that is it's actually a very smart time to do it with the expansion, because with the expansion just around the corner, people aren't going to be able to just identify you by your playstyle when you're playing a whole new Civ. So, seems like a smart time to do it. Probably would have been nice to have switched to Pack Freeze tournament series here in Midweek Muster. Red Darksider on the other side. Had to feature this guy, man. I met Red Darksider in Germany. He was actually there for the Garrison LAN. And, you know, he had me, like, take pictures, sign autograph. And we were talking a little bit. And he was so grateful for the KPMMs. Like, it's so heartwarming to hear that type of stuff from the community. Because, like, you know, it's a lot of work, right? We do a lot of work to put these together. And it can sometimes be a really thankless job. And there's not an entitlement where, like, you should all be thanking me or whatever. But, like, it means the world when I hear those type of words. Because I asked him straight up, I was like, did this help you? Did KPMM improve you? You know, even when you're, like, getting stomped 2-0, because Red Darksider, by the way, has played in quite a few of these. I don't think you'll mind me saying, he doesn't get far. Like, Red Darksider, even though he plays reasonably well, has mostly always been relegated to the first round and out. But his response was immediately, yeah. Like, I feel like I'm playing better than I was. I learned so much. So Red Darksider, for context, guys, is a diamond rank player. So this is almost more like an educational element. I want to try to do more of these type of things where we look at lower ranked gamers, we maybe revisit the Low Elo Legend series. But I think this will be very interesting for people because it gives insight into the difference between, like, Diamond and Conk, where the drastic difference is more apparent, so you can ID what you did wrong. So Red Darksider done some interesting dynamics here. He went into the dock, but also went for the gold. This was quite brazen to go out on the fishing. I understand the temptation, but the issue is, like, you are against HRE. And HRE right now love Dark Age rushes. They're obsessed with it. They're one of the best civs at doing racks opening because of the prelate buff, in conjunction with the movement speed on their spears. So for Red Darksider, I wonder if actually what might have made more sense for him is just rushing the gold and then pulling back when you've got enough attack. Because you could have then saved 100 wood on an outpost. Because right now you're 100 wood, 150 wood, and then an extra 75 there. So you're, what, 375 wood down the drain. Oh, sorry, 325 wood down the drain. It's a lot. And Kiliardi, a.k.a. Dumu, has been infected by the bee mind, I think. This is starting to catch on. We're seeing more and more mind work. Yeah, very surprised by the mind work, actually. It's not that popular against French because of the knights not really caring about +2 damage from all pikes. And also, because your opponent's going to go into knights, you don't really get as much value from going archers. I think for Kiliadi, it can make sense. Oh my god, he's doing it to me. Let me, you know what, guys, we literally have I just remembered, we have the name fixes for this exact reason. So let me switch over scene. Wait, are they the same? I'm going to copy and paste these. I haven't got I didn't have these ready in this scene because, you know, players usually, like, always change their name for the tournament games. So, let me go ahead. And now, it is Dumu. Boom. There. You can't bamboozle us anymore. I mean, well, you guys can now see it, but on my screen it'll still say Kiliadi. So yeah, so Dumu is going to go into the mine work. Now, the other interesting detail is if Red Darksider starts to lose the battles, Dumu can sneak into Castle Age. And what makes mine work so good for castle players, semi-fast castle players, is you have to add in more prelates. Which means you already have this ability to do kind of what Delhi do, where they just walk out, tech, pick up 5 relics, GG. So, Spearman did get rid of the dock, and Red Darksider didn't micro the fishing boat away. I don't like that. Keeping the fishing boat alive is actually quite valuable here for extra info. Because it will tell you if your opponent, for example, is going to go pro scouts. Because I think if Dumu wants to go pro scouts, he's likely looking to take your deer first. And looking at his gold mass, I don't think he cares about pro scouts. No, he has to be. He's got a mill coming. There's no way he's going to, like, just rush castle here. Against French, like, rushing castle is a death sentence because you pump prelates out, but there's already knights camping everything. So, delayed mill, all pikes on the way. Okay, this is surprising and cool. I wonder if Dumu would do this against, like, any opponent. And that's no offense to Red Darksider. Like we said, he's diamond rank, which is very respectable, but, like, compared to Dumu, huge rank differential. No, it's not Dumu playing. So Dumu is being mind controlled by Kiliadi. So that's why Dumu changed his name to Kiliadi on the ladder. It's because Dumu has been taken over. This is what we get. Like, you guys mocked Kiliadi for way too long. What you guys didn't realize is he's actually been cast in the remake of Red Alert 2 as the new Yuri. It's going to be interesting seeing him bald. Then again, can we just, like, praise Kiliadi for being 86 years old and having not lost his hair yet? I mean, that is some Scandinavian genes at work right there. Speaking of a man who has lost all the hair, Dumu, the importance of losing that hair cannot actually be stated enough, guys. Do you want to know why Dumu had to shave his head bald? 1, he loves sushi, but 2, he loves HRE. And HRE have marching drills. So, to replicate them in real life, where you run faster, he went bald so that the hair didn't resist the wind. It's very efficient. Anyway, Kiliadi, aka Dumu, he actually isn't going pro scouts. This is crazy. I wonder if he changed his mind when he saw that Red Darksider was camping. Because it feels like the way he was macroing, there was an intent. Like, having 500 gold so early, he reinvested some, but it kind of feels like he's still got too many people on gold. Which, you know, he goes wheelbarrow, right? So, like, he kind of offsets it. Normally, when you go for pro scouts, you don't go wheelbarrow because the idea is if you're walking, you're not working. If you're working, you're not walking. So, why pro scouts is really good for no wheelbarrow play is your villagers don't need to move. But when you decide to forgo wheelbarrow, there's going to be a lot of movement here. Onto the berries, onto potentially the deer. I don't know, man. I'm just kind of looking at this game. We're 8 minutes in, and Red Darksider has 2 knights. I think there's been some macro issues, but also maybe a little bit of panic along the way. He's also now going pro scouts at 8.5 minutes. Now, this might be a reaction to the fact that Dumu didn't go pro scouts. Either way, it feels too late. I would say he would have been better off just playing onto the deer here. But the problem is, he's clearly feeling threatened. Like, HRE's economy is just too good, and it's going to bust him with military. Whatever it is, I feel like he's kind of paralyzed himself here. Knights are now going to show up. I mean, this is what I was waiting for. It's tricky against Marching. Just like, oh, he doesn't even get the connect. He clicked away way too soon. And also then didn't follow up click. So Knight is almost dead already. Scout goes down. Red Darksider, did he at least click the gold? I imagine so. There's no way. Like, if you're going to lose a scout like that, you need to at least be clicking the gold to know what you're up against here. So I think he knows castle's on the way. Problem is, you're just kind of in the hole now. You've already prepped pro scouts. You haven't really got many knights to dive with. Rushing castle doesn't do anything for you. I actually think Red Darksider adding in more knights makes sense, by the way. Because now you have to stop the regnants. So Relic from the east side on the way. Dumu, he went far west as well. How does RD solve this? Oh, I was just thinking, you know what? That would actually be sick to have in Age of Empires 4. It's not going to happen because of the way that like things are coded, probably. I think it'd be too much effort for a niche thing. But have you guys ever watched those series on things such as like Total War and Europa, Universalist, Hearts of Iron, where it's like fix my save? I would love if we had like a join midway through. You can even do it with things like Might and Magic, by the way, where you would be able to basically choose a timestamp in the game, and two players would be able to hop in. And it could be like, let's see if your situation is actually fixable. Right? Because then you could just like say, hey, Marine Lord, like fix my replay. And you just give him the most abhorrent game possible where you're like, 40 villages down at 20 minutes. I live in a dream world, though. We'll never get that. It's cool, but it has multiple issues that I can kind of explain. So, like, one of the big issues is from a netcode perspective, the game isn't set up to support that. Because I'm pretty sure we use peer-to-peer lockstep here. That creates its own issue with the way you buffer a save. You then also have the issue of, like, to even take over, both players would have to have some sort of system that syncs them up in lobby, which we kind of have with ULive. And then they would have to have an ability to pop in after that. And I don't think replay files have command structure built into them. Right? There's no like override where I could click these units and move them. It has a multitude of issues. It's sad though, because I think it'd be very useful in so many different ways. Not just, hey, watch how this pro fixes your game that you thought was unwinnable. But it also lets you take over a certain point in someone else's games to see how something should play out, like from a perfectly executed early game. And he already has 3 relics. 4th one's on the way home. And the 5th one, he does know about. It's going to be difficult to get. So Red Darksider has stockpiled up. I think you just go Guildhall. Yeah, there we go. There's no value in Raw Institute. It'd be way too slow here. Like, you only have 5 knights. Your opponent could actually just rush Imperial Age before you get enough knights to dive. And also, the other problem is, like, leaning cavalry here is really tricky against Minework. You can see why as well. Kilyadi, aka Dumu, is actually doing it. We have Steel Barding. Steel Barding is essentially armor-clad the English have, but for the HRE on the knights. Makes these boys ridiculously beefy. What kind of software dev did I do before? So I worked in SharePoint for 2 years. And before that, my studies focused on computer games design, where I've got a Bachelor's Arts degree with full honors. And my dissertation specialized in pathfinding and netcode. Nice little night raid here. Dumu chipping away at a few. I believe he did actually. Did he see? He might have glimpsed the Guildhall there. That means that he knows he can kind of, to a certain degree, take a chill pill if he wants, but there's actually more value in just attacking. Because without Raw Institute, Red Darksider doesn't have this strong hit back in Castle Age. Red is doing the right thing, by the way. Arbitrary over just spamming knights makes so much sense here. Arbitrary can deal with the spearmen reasonably well. And then on top of that, they destroyed the knights that you'd otherwise die to. Now, the reason I said reasonably well, I know someone wants to flag up and say, actually, KP, Gambesons is OP broken, Arbitrary are not reasonable, why do they get 5 melee armor? You are correct. It is a very powerful tech. The nice thing about playing all pike spears is you offset almost 50% of that buff. Add into the fact that with the mine work, you can afford to get things like Bloomery much easier, and the fact that you have marching drills to gap close much quicker, and you basically have one of the best spearmen for trying to contest Arbitrary directly. Oh look, there's the Gambesons now. What do you... Do we just nerf it again? I hate when I have to use the word nerf, and here's why. I really am a big believer in buffs over nerfs. But some things just really spit in the face of balanced dynamics. And I think Gambesons is still one of those things. If they wanted to finally nerf it, now would be the perfect time. Or would have been the perfect time. Because, like, the current meta is very good for French. The issue I think the devs have had for a very long time about nerfing Gambesons is for a long time, French has just kind of sucked. They've been a mid or low tier sim. But in the Pro Scouts meta, like, this actually would have been the perfect time to just say, we're going to put it down to 4 armor. Or 3 armor. 3 armor to me sounds quite reasonable. Because, like, here's my problem. Gilded Archers can get 3 ranged armor. And although melee values are on average higher than range values, it's much easier to attack someone from range than attack them from melee. So it's kind of crazy how Gambesons makes what's already a tough job so much more difficult. Something that's easy to do, guys, is with 4 relics, go into Palace of Swabia. Yeah, Red Darksider did go 2 TC. You can't win this race. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for him here, because remember, Dumu's about to go up to 4 TC. And although your TC's produced a little bit quicker, you're still going to be behind. Drastically so. Add in the fact you've then got the buff from the prelates, which are being laid around the farms. Red Darksider has a big issue ahead of him. If he can get to the hyper late game and get his ideal comp, there is an argument that French should be unassailable. Because they have got mass knights, their knights are the best, and Arbitrary, the crossbows are easily like top 2, top 3 crossbows in the game. Can you guys see the problem of late game though? Look at the map and see if you've noticed it yet, because it actually might be one of those, oh yeah, type moments. Because if you're looking at this minimap, and you're used to seeing Rocky River, what you're used to seeing is trade. Dry River has no trade. So that hyper late game where you're flooding French knights isn't that attainable here. Yeah, he's already onto the second gold vein. He's got an 8k in the corner, and then he's got a 4k over here. And then that's it. You know what? I love to see that. Thank you very much, CSGO Love Gamer. Appreciate the bits, mate. Love how you get to watch pro games almost daily on KP's channel. We got you covered. I want to revisit low-ranking games, though. I really do. I think low-ranking games is so much more educational and relatable. It's just every once in a while we dip our toe in the waters to see if the community is ready. And each time it's like, oh, we're not quite there yet. But maybe it's time again. I might wait until a few weeks after Knights of Cross and Rose is released. Just because I think straight away people's biggest obsession is going to be knowing how to play the new civs correctly. Yes, the age up notification did say Kilyadi, because Dumu and Kilyadi are sharing a mouse and keyboard now. They're both old men. It didn't seem fair to make them play against a youthful person like Red Darksider with their inherent old bones. So, to rebalance things and make it fair, they're sharing responsibility. Oh, Night Raid here. Spears are wrapped around the back though. Uy, uy, uy. All pikes with elite. They hit for 15. Spears are going to pin him in the corner. Remember, marching drills means it's very hard to run away. Wait, what? Why are we running away? He's like, oh my god, he has a spear! Run! In fairness, this spear does somehow look more threatening than the HRE ones. Am I imagining that? Looked more threatening. It's gone now. Yo, what's up, Katesma? I appreciate the gifted sub. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy your sub, Gifty. Also, big props to you guys for us hitting the 100 threshold to get a bigger share of the sub pie this month. You guys are amazing. Dumu doing an only spears challenge? I mean, why not? Your opponent's stuck in Castle Age. It's actually pretty smart with all pikes. Look at the damage. These spears hit for 17. Does the score accurately represent the state of the game? Yes. So the thing you have to remember about University is kind of like teching up again. Dumu isn't in age 4. He's kind of in age 5. Because he has elite army tactics. And now he's switching horsemen with biology in the way. Once again, going to make him feel like he's in age 5. And in fairness, you have to pay a really ridiculous price to get that age 5 type thing. Like biology itself is 1500. I think elite army tactics was maybe a bit down to 1200 recently. Nah, actually, I think it is still 15. And Red Palace, I'm gonna just no filter. This feels like one of the most painful Red Palaces to build. Like building this almost makes you want to cry, but I get why he's doing it. He can't do risky. If he does risky, he dies to the spearman. He also needs the 8k gold. But like this is 8k, and then what? He needs to do something big because Kilyadi is already, goddammit, is already approaching rapidly towards max pop. And with 4 relics in his own 8k, this is just not a gold race you win easily. You need good trades and a elongation for Guildhall to pay off. Spears running faster than Knights are stupid. Whoa, we've been over this though. These aren't just any spears. These are Benny Boy spears. They're bulls, just like him, and therefore, the rules of aerodynamics do not apply. Meanwhile, I've met Red Darksider in person. He has a full head of hair. And that's why his knights are so slow, in conjunction with the fact they've got overly elaborate, poncy-looking helmets with feathers. Which, once again, contradicts the laws of thermodynamics? Of aerodynamics. Thank you for coming to my science talk. I am A tier caster, but I am also an F tier scientist. D tier. Give me a D tier. Not sure how Red got so far behind. He opened docks, lost it, done delay pro scouts, and then didn't block relics. It's really that simple. The most dangerous power spike in the game that HRE have is relics. And if you don't contest it, you put yourself in a really bad position. Because then Imperial's quite free. Even if you try to aggro them, if they get 4 relics home, and they have no pressure on them, they just get outposts. And those outposts with Springolds plus relics kills you. There's a bit of an elo. Yeah, just a tiny bit. Like we said, Red Darksider is... Did we say it was Diamond rank player? Yeah, Diamond 1. I mean, in fairness to him, like, credit where credit is due. It looks like a... I feel like he's held on reasonably well. Still very heavily in favor of Dumu. But he didn't crumble as quickly as you'd maybe expected. Maybe this is just Dumu playing with his food. I think it is. But like some of his later ideas weren't terrible. I just think the issue for Red Darksider is the early game hurt him a lot. And now we've got all pikes to bring the full pain. 18 damage on the Horseman. 18 on the Spears. Gambesons for what? You don't even mitigate half the damage. So A-click extravaganza. Red Darksider should be able to hold this one back. But it's all about what happens next. There's just so many more units that Dumu should be capable of getting out here. And Red Darksider is ambitious what he's doing here. He's trying to get in Hannadins. That's a very slow comp to scale. If you want to get smashed on KPMM, how do you sign up? Exclamation mark KPMM. Go through to the hubs. Sign up for the additional weeks. We post usually 2 to 3 weeks in advance. And sign-ups close, I believe it's before grand finals, so on Wednesdays each week. I think Dumu's done playing with his food. We have Mass Knights now. So, not bad approach what he done here. He basically stripped the Arbitrary account and then comes back for Knights, because Arbitrary will do really well against Knights. Hand cannon is The problem with hand cannoneers is you pay so much per. And although your DPS is decent, like your exposure is much higher. Like think about it this way. Arbitraries do 28 damage, and a hand cannoneer is going to do 38. But hand cannoneer will have a worse attack rate because you can go crossbow stirrups. Yeah, and I like that Dumu is finally just getting towards the end point. We've got 3 Sacred Sites to be locked in. The gold is pretty much gone. He's down to 2k. Only has 1,000 in the guild hall. Wait, is he really going to go off the castle? Okay, I guess why not? Good micro as well. Splits off the first group of knights because he doesn't want to waste time fumbling around onto melee. He's committed to getting rid of the keep. So castle down. That's going to strip away the discounts. That's really important here because remember, he was actually saving a pretty penny on this hand cannoneers. Basically paying the price of a Streltsy. Now the dive comes in. That's Horseman plus Knights. Everything that counters mass ranged. This is it. An admirable effort by Red Darksider. I think he just needs to be a bit more efficient with those early game choices. And then we can get to a mid game where like what happens is digestible, analyzable. But Ben, he's got to have a smile on his face. He's stuck to his quota. Win X number of games without pro scouts. And if we go across the map and have a look at that nice little mill, we'd be able to confirm 0 pro scouts to win with HRE. HC are not bad, but Proscros are just too good. Yeah, it's like more gold efficient for him. It's cheaper. More entities is actually quite important. There's a lot of reasons why the crossbows feel better. Like, yes, hand cannoneers are more pop efficient, but like you don't need a pop efficiency there. You actually need units. Okay, so let me mark that up. Benny Boy win for game 1. Let's see where they're going to be heading for G2. So, I think Red Darksider is going to force Archipelago. Have they set up the draft? I don't think they have. Oh, did we forget to do predictions? Sorry, guys. We'll do that for the next one. Did they increase the torch range? Those spears were torching pretty deep. No, not recently. It's been that range for a while. Nothing's really changed with torches for quite a bit. And yes, the way that KPMM works, so top 16 will be automatically invited to come back next week. And then we invite the top 8 based on tournament elo, which I can show you guys right here. And then the other 8 are invited based on leaderboard placement here. And these are the people that sign up. So yeah, pretty accessible format. I'd say like a lot more accessible than most. Because every week we're essentially changing half other people. Oh, that's interesting. Dry Arabia. I did not expect that. Yo, what's up, Arden Adam? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the Prime sub. Remember, guys, get those Prime subs in. It's almost time to renew them. Make sure you're doing it at the start of the month as well on this channel, because we're going to have plenty of DLC content coming. Expect a free Knights of Cross and Roses for the... well, I don't know about that, mate. Chill. Chill. Those things are not cheap. You know what? You know what is cheap? You know what is free? Entertainment. All right, let's get ready for the next game. Should be able to hop in momentarily. Doink. Oh, wait, did they remake? I think they had to remake. Alright, let's start it now. Streaming and watching? Yeah, because I'm checking if they're in game. Dumu's got his POV, and we provide the God vision from the sky. Let's check out Kiliadi's game. Whoop whoop. Which side is he on? We shouldn't have to change the UI. I think he's on the same side. Why would we go back to Dumu stream? Just gonna do a watch party react. Two pot noodles is too much, but one isn't enough. I mean, just get like a big pot, put 3 in, and then eat as much as you want, and then recook it later. Figured it out. Okay. All right, there you go, Gambaholics. Predictions is up. Well, color me surprised. One and all, we have the second game of this series. Red Darksider had the option to go Archipelago. An option that the less experienced player has consistently taken, but he doesn't do it here. Instead, he tries to throw a curveball, but this curveball is a little bit wild. Look at the draft, guys. Red Darksider still has Archipelago to play. He already played French. There's an argument he just used his most powerful pick. English can work as a supplement pick for Archipelago, but I think there's no argument that China and Shuxi still feel like the uncontested kings when it comes to that island map. So picking him here is pretty much Red Darksider saying, I need my most powerful Civ now. And you know what? China with the Pro Scouts going to love life here. Nice spawn for him. Back deer, side one as well. Double 4 deer for Kiliadi, aka Dumu. What happened to Kiliadi versus Red Darksider? Dumu's pretending to be the other old man. Damn, I just realized what we need. We actually need Optic Gaming in Age of, so we can do the old man of Optic. So then you can have Dumu and Kiliadi on that team. He would have to turn his back on Team Liquid. I don't know, like... I mean, he's never going to say it publicly. Like, I do kind of wonder with those situations. Like, if people could choose any team to be a part of, how many players would choose something like Optic or 100 Thieves? Because there's definitely a lot of value there from a content creation perspective. Like, I think it'd be fair to say, for example, French, like, Marine Lord hit the perfect one to try and build your brand, which is Gentlemates. Bring back EG. Does anyone want to tell him? Does EG even still exist at this stage? They don't have many teams anymore. So I think EG has, if I'm not mistaken, Valorant, and that's it. That's pretty rough. Evil Geniuses, I don't know, like controversial take, maybe coming in. I don't think so. I think they shot themselves in the foot. They kind of killed themselves. So EG, Evil Geniuses, way too obsessed with League of Legends. They had the best roster in Dota 2, and they just basically threw it away to be cheapskates and pick up a South American team. And then they put way too much money into Counter-Strike, because Counter-Strike is like the most expensive game to try to compete in, because you have to pay your players so much. Like, they could have been active with top players in like 4 different scenes plus for the same price they paid for Counter-Strike. Now, the reach would be lower, but the price would also be lower. And then there's other details around it. Like, you have to keep in mind they're an NA org trying to operate NA teams. And I don't know if this is like a big shock to people's systems. Maybe, I don't know, like if you're NA and you don't want to hear it, cover your ears. But like NA is the hardest region to financially operate in as an org. The only ones that I feel are actually successful there are the ones that create content. And Evil Geniuses had this, I think the content arc with like the league coverage was very self-gratuitous. Whereas, for example, like Optic, Hunter of Thieves, FaZe, they've just been interested in building the brand of talented players to also be content creators. That's valuable. Why is CS so expensive? It is the players. The player salaries is like a huge part of it. By the way, just a little update on what's happening in game. We haven't really talked about it too much because it is turning into a standard pro scouts game. Both sides are going to just be rushing to scouts. Red Darksider is doing something greedy here, by the way. Normally, you're meant to open Spearmen against Knights, but he has no spears at all. He went straight into the ponies. That's problematic. It means that actually Dumu can start scaling Knights and get ahead. But yes, the thing you have to keep in mind is that players cost a lot because there's a lot of dodgy money in Counter-Strike. And what I mean by that is Gamba sites. There's so much money in Gamba skins. And at this point, because of the way that the scene is bloated around it and the way that salaries for players is bloated around it, it's almost impossible to operate an organization in Counter-Strike in net positive without having a Gamba sponsor. Night dive in. Ah, Red Darksider. He's not supervising for the Spearman. So Dumu will just get the one and get away. But Jean is here to play. Another reason why typically you want to have the spears coming out a bit quicker. EG is literally built in Dota 2. Yep. So Andrew Garfield, I think it was. He created 2 teams, or bought 2 teams, Alliance and EG. The heights of EG's legacy came from Dota 2. And the funny thing is, by the way, when they discarded the team that they had, one of the players on the team was a very casual approach to streamer type person. Like, he didn't have a plan, he'd just go live. But he was an abnormality. He would randomly go live and 25,000 people would tune in. That is like, the amount of value to an org that brings is insane. That's reliable product placement on all your sponsors. You could wash out of every tournament first round, but you still have that to fall back and negotiate on. I don't know about the contracts in SC2, but I feel like they're not alone in that. There's been multiple orgs on that. Like, I can speak to like 1 or 2 orgs I've heard rough rumors about in the past. Like, My Insanity had some very, very bad histories with certain players and content creators in Dota 2. But I imagine they're doing better now. I don't know. They're still like getting Age of Empires people and Myth people. What if the Warcraft players from Liquid have formal salaries? Possibly. I'd be surprised if it's very high. Like, just because an org pays one scene a lot of money doesn't mean they pay that in every scene. Like, look at Dumu. He's with Liquid, but he needs to play on our $300 a week now, kid. He does it because they're fun. I mean, Dumu's doing a really good job here. Red Darksider just basically been blocked out the play. He's blobbed pretty hard in his spears, but Jean's still a pretty big problem here. Yeah, and Dumu, he's just going to ego chow that. Really well played as well. Jean does get pinched, but Divine Restoration is there. This is bad. This is not enough, Spearman. She can just get out. Divine Restoration gets pumped. She'll be able to run away. And great micro by Dumu. He doesn't lose a single soul there. Almost kills all of the Spearmen. And now can scoop up the remaining deer. Oh, this is brutal. Race to World First draws a lot of viewers. Sure, the relationship with Race to World First for Liquid is very different though, right? Like, they are there, but I'm trying to remember. Wasn't there didn't the team basically sign with Liquid from a different org? So that was built up already. And they do good things to support it. But the big thing that actually supports the guild for Liquid is Max. It's all Max, if you think about it. So Max, basically, like I think I said this publicly as well, so this isn't like secret info. I mean, I came by it publicly, so. He puts all the money he raises in the Race to World First month into a pool and then disperses it amongst the players. The dude is a great guy. Like, that is the correct attitude. There are some people, like, that will do Race to World First stuff, and they'll benefit a lot from it, but they'll just keep all the money themselves. But, like, Max has a really good attitude, and I think maybe the rest of Liquid, like, pulls it as well. I'm not sure, though. I think they might have their own. Because Max is so big by comparison, he does this really humbled thing where he realizes that actually without the team that works their asses off, helping him succeed in the races, he would have nowhere near as much money coming in that month. And if he wants them to keep being able to do it, you need to share. So back to the game. Tech ups come in. Red Darksider actually went for the age up. Dumu is slow rolling this, but that's fine. You want to get more knights here. More knights keeps more pressure. On top of that, Red Darksider lost the scout game. He's going to run out of food. In fact, he's already out. He's down to his last 500. Yeah, meanwhile, for Dumu, we still have probably about 1,000, 1.5k, actually more than that. Way more than that. And map control, which means you can also play ball. Red Darksider has got the correct response. You cannot go knights here with limited food. If you try to spam knights, you're just going to fail to outmaster your opponent and die. So he has to be cost efficient, lean with the limited food he's got, which means crossbows. Problem with crossbows here is it means you're not going to be getting out of the base. The good news is it stops your opponent going in. Yes, that's correct. Thank you. Now I remember. Yeah, Liquid used to be Complexity. But then Complexity, things got complex. Oh, hey, I can't help myself. Financially and obviously restructured. And then the original owner bought them back. A lot of things. You know where I think it started to go a little bit downhill for Complexity now that I think about it? It's when they changed their logo, man. That red and white logo was the best logo they've ever had. I was so happy when they said they're going back to it. It's actually kind of hilarious that we got to Complexity and talking about logos, because I just realized this whole conversation began with EG. I think we all remember the post about branding. Whew. People ate that up for memes for weeks. Well, let's see who's going to eat who up here. Red Darksider is going into Monks. Very bold. You can technically move one relic to one relic. The problem right now is Red Darksider doesn't have enough to patrol to a relic and also guard his base. And that's why he's building this wall. Fortunately, the wall might not be quick enough. Dumu, he could actually just get in here. It's risky though, because if he goes in and he overextends and gets walled behind, he's stuck. So he plays it safe, walks away. He has got Royal Institute, so remember, although Dumu's on a timer, the timer's not like now. The timer's in 3 minutes. And the next 3 minutes is looking pretty damn good for him. We've got berries being gathered. Red Darksider, even with the supervision to give him 20% more of the limited resources, is running out fast. But why is Dumu able to win by just building knights? Welcome to Pro Scouts. Food can do some crazy things. If you win the Pro Scouts game drastically, you can just get away with this. So, positives for Red Darksider, that does mean that his comp counters everything, including Jean. Jean, level 2, just gets destroyed by crossbows. So, Dumu, you're seeing what he's trying to do here. He's trying to capture the sacred sites and get out of level 2 as quickly as possible. Even when you go level 3, though, mass crossbows also still counters Jean. Because remember, when she goes level 3, she does get that 45% damage reduction, but that basically gets offset by the fact that these units get double damage against you. I think the math is like, if you have... Because you got the 3 ranged armor. I think it's something like 50 crossbows insta-kills. I'd have to double check it, though. But like, if Red Darksider keeps scaling up to like 25 crossbows, Jean should not be able to fight. The problem I see right now is, where's the food? He's also long-walling. Very expensive at this stage. And wait, is he going to risk the boar? No, I think he's getting ready for a relic pull. I'd actually respect the hell out of a boar play here. That boar is super secret. Look at the spawn. Yeah. He got a tree line connector, so you technically could gather this mostly unnoticed. And I'd respect that. I think Red Darksider needs to take a risk here. Because otherwise, like, the pacing you're going at here, we mentioned around 50 minutes for Dumu. He's hitting that timing. He's picking up relics behind this. He's securing all sacred sites. Royal Institute has delivered most of what he needs. He just needs to go back for Cantled Saddles. Cantled Saddles is sick, by the way. It increases your damage at the beginning of a fight in the first 5 seconds from an extra +9 to an extra +30. I'm trying to think like what other orgs were the big rips that we lost. How do people feel about Moist being folded into Shopify Rebellion, right? I'm trying to think what was the most criminal loss when it comes to esports orgs. There's been so many at this point over these years. Like, I'm literally scrolling for a page right now. You guys want to see this? Look at this. This is this is just for Counter-Strike. So many. I mean, a lot of them are unknowns, but yeah, I guess like the big obvious ones is like TSM's in a very weird place. I'm trying to think if TSM actually has any games they still have representation in now. Because the Apex boys, right? Like, that was the big one, basically carrying the org for a long time. These boys are not going to carry this fight. That's going to be grim. But yeah, like, for TSM, they lost the Apex Legends boys this month, I believe it was. So they all left. So one went to Envy, one had previously gone to 100 Thieves, and I think Reps hasn't found a team yet. So Jean's Rider's on the way from Dumu. I actually love this. Dumu is one of the most consistent people at trying to make Jean's Riders work. It's not a bad idea either. Your opponent is going crossbows. Nesta Bees is a little bit depressing. Now, in theory, Knobs can win. If you blob enough of them and you hold steady, camp in, thumbs up. The problem is, like, it's the hardest comp to do it against. It's mass cav. Now, upside is the Jean's Riders shouldn't really disintegrate your siege quickly because you have Clock Tower effect. Downside is, although they are weird in their bonus damage, you can see there, they still get double against siege. Is Dumu still on Deer? Nah, it would have ran out by now. Wait, what? Okay, he only kept 9 here. Yeah, he already moved out for the boar. That's why. So boar berries being split. And he has about, I think, 3 deer carcasses left. Meanwhile, backstab. Walls didn't go up. Sacred sites are still on lock here. Dumu is on a pig. I feel like you'd usually have to be a StarCraft fan and subscribe to an OnlyFans to get that content. They are cuties, though. So we do have the granaries coming in. In fairness, Red Darksider's economy state is like getting less concerning. But Dumu understands that he's got enough food on the map that he could probably just play on the sacred sites and force the end. Different taste. I said they're cute. I didn't say I was going to watch it. Eesh. Oh, God. Wait, no. He ran around. Dumu's probably pulling that what just happened face that he usually does, where it's like shakes his head a little bit and the eyebrows go up like, well, okay. With the like double blink where he's like, he has to double check what just happened. Red Darksider did react quick enough, but that could have been catastrophic. He essentially ran his whole army out of the base while Dumu was breaking into the base. The idea is cool. What Red Darksider was thinking is that he'd be able to wall up quick enough to contain this long enough to pin and kill it. Unfortunately, Palisades are not that strong when you've got this much torch power. Yeah, matter of moments to burn them down. Meanwhile, Dumu looks like he's starting to stockpile for Imperial. The classic, I've got a lot of gold. Now, I've heard some people try to criticize like Dumu doing this with gold. I actually don't mind it. There are different ways you can approach your macro, and the thing that I think Dumu does very well with this amount of gold, it may be initially less efficient than just making sure you've got more food gathering, etc. But what we see time and time again from Dumu is when he does reach Imperial Age, he can just click and buy everything. He can basically just go over all the elite techs, all the blacksmith upgrades, all the eco upgrades all at once. Yeah, I'm only an A tier caster these days. I'm washed up. You know, my dirt days behind me. I only get invited to like 1, maybe 2 lands a year. Shakes my can. Please. Red pass, there it is. Looks to secure the gold. The knights are gonna get... Oh my god, we're just running around in circles at this stage. This is pure chaos. If Dumu just pulls half the knights north and then burns through here, these are dead. Looks like he's just gonna A-click his way through though. Instead, peels a few on the farms. I mean, that's pretty smart. Idling these villages is already happening. Idling these villages stops Red Darksider getting any military. What makes it worse is Red Darksider doesn't even know what's about to happen. He didn't scout it at all. I mean, here's the thing. You're against Royal Institute, so you probably don't expect Imperial as much because you look at this and you say, oh, he's actually not 200 pop yet. So, like, Red Darksider, in his mindset, he's probably feeling like he's got some security. And now, I mean, that security just felt like a security bond on a mortgage insurance in 2008. Just went up in smoke. Now you have a really big problem. Red Palace is going to be revealed. Red Darksider, please don't. Please no. They're shooting you in the face, man. Just back away. Won't be S tier cost. You have to host 31 events a year. GG. I can only do 30. I suck. I'm going to ignore the sheep that casually joined Dumu's army. He's very charismatic. If I'm being honest with Red Darksider's position, I would probably have defected too. This is a lot of French cavalry. In fairness, I think Red Darksider, you know, this is like maybe 80-20 right now. So, you know, Dumu has a much better economical state. He does maintain the village lead. He secured an 8k gold. He's got map control, but he doesn't have the secret site. The reason why I'd still give Red Darksider a chance, he has still got to reach Imperial Age, but the granaries are blowing. And on the other side, Dumu is only now adding his very first farms. Oh, what is up, Sockton? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. You're an A-caster too? Oh my god. Binotan has put us all there. Yeah, I decided this. We said it this morning. We even said it at Hannadins' face. If he's going to put me in A tier, I now have to move Hannadins from A tier to B tier. So he's now Binotan. Which actually kind of sounds like a comic book. Oh, hello. Jackpot. Red Darksider. The army is here. But any eco losses kind of feel unacceptable. Remember, behind this, Dumu has gone 2TC. Okay, so we kind of reached the stage where, like, I imagine Dumu's thinking, like, what can I do that's fun in this game? You've kind of already done it, son. You've got 25 Jean's Riders, and you keep doing Benny Hills around the enemy base. Sacred Sites are locked in again. We maybe see keep drops here. It would make a lot of sense. In fact, I think we have, yeah, active stone gathering now. So if you can keep drop the west side, that secures the 8k over here as well. And it's going to be very difficult for Red Darksider to go all the way east. An S tier Dumu army? I don't know. He's got 50 pop room for more knights. We're getting there. I don't think anything is more S tier Dumu army than the mass Baldy boys. Never Mia Micah tier? No, because Dumu knows that you'd never go 100 knights. That's how you lose. I want you guys to really think about the economical implications of having 100 knights. That's 100 mouths to feed on horseback, and then 100 ponies. Not just any ponies, though. These are buffed up stallions that require more oats per hour to keep up their muscle mass. It's enough to bankrupt France. Not worth it. Yeah, you never go full Mia Micah. You go half Mia Micah. If you're feeling ambitious, maybe 2/3 Mia Micah. Creatine ponies. Just got this image of just like a horse sitting there weightlifting dumbbells and then just like they did just basically holds up like a banana, squeezes it out for the potassium. Great Wall Gatehouse on the way though. And it looks great. Whoa, wait. Red Darksider has been learning. I love this. I mean, he watches a lot on the channel, right? And I've talked about this a lot, that if you build the blueprint and tap the central wall, you can surround the Great Wall Gatehouse to maximize build speed. They do look comical when they build the walls afterwards, though. So he's got a mostly safe farm area. This north side is still really exposed, though. Look at the destroyed value. I mean, it's fair. There's barely anything Red Darksider could kill. Look at the army value. That's the more ludicrous one here. It's funny because you look at this, you go, well, I mean, he has 50 knights, but he's got 28 horsemen? No, guys, those are Jean's Riders. They cost 200 as well. They only cost 40 less than a knight. Oh, look, it's trade time. Dumu is just vibing. I'm kind of like, is Dumu doing this because he doesn't want to risk a wonky comeback from China? Or is he just doing this because it's just the safe and easy way? You know, kind of like there's like no pressure for him to rush, right? Knowing Ben, I know how he sometimes approaches these round of 32s, especially when he feels like the game should be GG'd already. He's probably just sitting there saying, let's have some fun. I still remember his series against Lash, Byzantines versus Shushi, and on his Shushi, he pretty much just had his son next to him. He's like, Daddy's now going to build the ball boys. Daddy's going to build himself. Like, Daddy's now going to go for all the ponies. And all this. He was just going through the entire thing. It's like a showcase of the Shushi. I like that, though. It's cool that like you can find the way of having some fun. I mean, some people think it's BM to not just end the game when you can. But like the thought process here is like Red Darksider in the early game made some critical mistakes that put him behind. And Dumu is right to sit here and go, unless you rectify the mistakes you made, I'm ahead. But we are now at the kill point. 200 pop, 67 knights. It's not quite full Mia Micah, but it's enough. There's no way he can hold. Spearman already dead. Crossbows to full next. That is going to be the GG. It has to be. Dumu. He resisted the temptation to go 100 plus. Nestabees is showing up, but who gives a crap? And he immediately greets the villages. This is important. No spears, no counter. And now the full surround. Jean is still not Jean de Blasted. I'm not, like, she should be making level 4. There we go. Level 4 and an immediate GG. Commiserations to Red Darksider, an ambitious effort. I mean, let's be fair to the dude. He may have lost, but he lasted in the ring for, what, an hour and 10 minutes, I think, against one of the AoE 4's best. That's not too bad for a diamond level player. Okay, so GG's to Benny Boy. I think the diamond go? Dude, I respect the commitment. And yes, reminder, guys, if you haven't already, Opera GX, click that link. Make sure you sign up, download it, sign up. It's a really cool browser. I've been using it all month. Recommend it highly. And it also supports the channel. Need a co-caster to carry that energy. I feel like that's the first time I've been told I don't have energy. I believe like the most consistent way I've been described by people in the scene. I think the comment I still remember is, I love KP. You can almost smell the Adderall on his breath when he's talking about things. I was like, what? I've never heard that before. To carry off your momentum. Got you. I mean, I've talked about this before. Like, because I'm a content creator, I do solo casting. In an ideal world, I wouldn't mind finding something else we do our content around so that I could just be casting with people. Because I think that being a solo caster makes you a worse caster. And there is zero exceptions to that rule. I can't think of a single person that, like, them committing to solo casting has made them better than if they had someone. Anyone you can think of. You put them with someone else, they improve. No, I'm messing with you, Nexus. I get you, man. I appreciate it. Like I said, I do prefer casting with people. I always have. Like, you know, a perfect example of this is Tasteless and Artosis. Tasteless and Artosis are great casters. They are fantastic people, fantastic casters. But the moment that you put them on the microphone together, right? Like, the difference is like going from watching a Bon Jovi tribute band to watching Bon Jovi live in his prime. And once again, I don't say that as an insult to them. I think they are phenomenal casters. But that is how much of a difference it makes. It's crazy. Like, when you find a caster you resonate with. Like, I don't know if I have someone like it's clear that I resonate with. I think, and I don't know, I've said before that I think in some ways it's been for the worse for me. I'm a very good chameleon. I get on the mic with someone and I like figure out their vibes, and then I like, you know, you like tune into the track sort of thing. You know, become one with what their vibe is. You and Drongo are like that? Maybe. We don't get to cast together very often. I always enjoy casting Winston. I talked a little bit earlier about this. I love his positivity, but it's also just like I've told him this. I think the best Winston is 4 hours into a casting session Winston. It becomes unhinged. And it's unintentional. But like you can tell when he's like just a little bit tired because it's been a very long day. And like my favorite one, I feel like there's so many great moments. Like, for example, there's just a game where I'm explaining the thought process on like why something is really good for like giving anxiety. And there's a pause, and then he just goes, "I'm sorry, what did you say?" And I just go, "Just chant USA," and he just goes with it. I freaking love the guy. Never watched Tastosis carry a boring section of game by going off on a tangent? Yeah, like it's ridiculous. It's brilliant. Like, you have to have those people you can do that with. And that's why, like I said, I prefer that type of cast. It's why I always interact with chat when we're like casting, because there is, the reality of it is, And this is why I've said I wouldn't mind actually having a faster speed for AoE4. AoE4 is a very slow RTS. I'm thinking of like the competitive RTSs over time. It's one of the slowest. Right? Like, is that fair to say? It's probably doesn't feel slow when you're playing. I get that. But to watch, it is one of the slower RTSs I can think of. By the way, I think... Which set do you guys want next? We can look at Numidon versus Frodo. We can look at Voldemar versus Lotlock. Or we can do Gully Deckle versus Scarlet Devil. I think Gully versus Scarlet, right? Like, that feels like the set that should be the closest. Let me just get the draft for it. So what's this? I think one of the main things with Tastos is you can feel their deep, genuine love for the game. Exactly. Like that, and that, by the way, that's the praise that I give to Winston all the time. It's like, his enthusiasm is infectious. Sometimes I wish I was like gullible level me, naive when I first started. I'm not saying he's naive, but like the naivety of me when I first started is like everything was a marvel to an extreme. I don't know if it's like age, like the age that I'm at, or like the years in esports, or someone that just grinded me down. I like to think I'm still a very positive person where I can be positive. But I'm also like more skeptical or realistic. A4 is probably as slow as Wings of Liberty early hots, which is pretty slow, right? Winston's like a kid unwrapping presents. Yeah, it's like he's so like, oh, so I wonder what they're doing with this build next. Oh wow, so that's what he's. Oh wow, like it's the intricacies. Whereas like I try to keep it balanced sometimes because I've said before, you know, I think if you have a game where someone loses one worker at like 15 minutes, yes, it can be impactful. Especially when you're playing the absolute highest level, it can be the difference. But you also have to curb your reaction to it. Because if you make it out like the whole world just imploded, what the frick do you do if someone then loses 10 villages? You know? I don't think Rakbula is playing this week, no. Who else is pumped for the DLC? Dude, I'm hyped for it. I'm so freaking hyped. Looking forward to getting to feature the new... I think what we're going to do is, like, when the DLC releases, I'm going to probably try to do some really nice introducing the units type videos. I don't think I'll do, like, one video per one unit. We'll maybe do, like, one video per faction or 2 videos, something like that. Gonna open AoE4 to play... I actually might play the historical battles. So, funny thing, guys... Wait, guy says I'm positive but knows I'm going to lose it if he casts me. There you go. But like, so the funny thing is I still remember when Sultan's Ascent came out, watching people like really struggle with the Mongol invasion mission. And I kind of was like, huh? I done this in 2 goes on the hardest difficulty. It was quite comical to me. So I don't know, maybe historical battles is my calling. Cam is crisp. Hell yeah. Courtesy of Elgato. Got a link down below if you want to check him out. It's the 4K camera. Can be a little bit tricky to get the color settings right, but I don't know, chat. I feel like the color settings have been great recently. Don't know what... Maybe someone just changed my lighting. Mongol... Yeah, some people really struggle with the Mongol invasion. Because in fairness, you have to really min-max... On the hardest difficulty anyway, you have to really min-max the usage of your units. Or you just lose to the later wave. Break it out so you don't get overloaded with content and wants to... Yeah, but it's finding the balance point. So maybe it's like meet the Knights Templar feudal, meet the Knights Templar castle, right? Colors are amazing. The lipstick really pops. I mean, dude, your mum's got to just choose something more subtle. And there we go. We hit our quota from mum's comments in the day. Gully, where is Gully? Yo. Draftless? In fact, wait, let me see if I can get the draft on AO2. Excuse me, sorry. I think the draft is too old. Yes. So I'm just fishing the draft from Gully, and then we're going to do Gully Dockel versus Scarlet. Ah, he put it in the other channel. There we go. Nice. So, let me pull this bad boy up. We're gonna get very land-oriented here. So, Dry River, Lipany Gorge. I think that's as land-oriented as you can get. Because obviously you have Dry River by default. So, Lipany and Gorge, I said, right? Okay. I kind of smile when I see Scarlet drafting Japanese. He was like one of the players alongside Neptune that was doing these funky feudal builds. I wonder if we'll see that again. Let me get ready for game number 1, though. Your Canadian Zamboni driver. Oh my god, have you ever almost ran someone over? Was it like, oh my god, there's someone in the way, but I'm still 20 meters away? It's like moment. Was it like the, you know, the Austin Powers scene? Have you guys seen that Austin Powers scene? You guys know the one I'm talking about, right? It's this one. Where he's like,
Careful, Austin. Watch out!
get out the way! Get out the way!
Watch out!
So good.
Let's go, gotta go.
It's so freaking good. Oh my god. Deadpool scene where oh dude, yes, the Deadpool scene was that. I think like vehicle scenes from a movie, that is still my favorite though. The Austin Powers one is still my favorite to this day. It's so freaking good. Okay, so game 1 is going to be Dry River. Looks like we've got Marlene versus Roos. I'm going to load that up now. And oh, did I see someone from Foxhole there? What's up, Dylan? Remember playing Foxhole with you many moons ago. You've come really far. Dude, it's great to see someone from the past. Yeah, so Foxhole was crazy, man. So Foxhole was like where we saw a really big spike in our viewership. But the game just couldn't carry the momentum. I also think there sadly were members of the community that hated me because they were very elitist about the approach. I don't know, like, without putting like ego check into it, I think I was a positive influence on the game because like you had the hardcore people, but you actually need casuals to keep that going. And I like to think that we really, really appealed to the casual gamers. But like, if we have a look back, it would have been 2018. No, not 2018. It would have been 2017. We were like growing really quick. Right? See if I can find it. Was it here? 13th, 14th. Like, yeah. Like, yeah, we were doing really well. Like, no, wait, that's not it. We're a lot higher than this, I'm pretty sure. Because we, like, all of a sudden were trending 300, 400, 500 people. Like, so many people watching us. I was having a good time. We were building a cool community there. But then I decided to get ready to switch over into esports. So, like, 2018 was my transition to esports. I didn't really have time for content creation. Yo, what's up to Santiago? Thank you very much, mate. For 6 months in advance. That is some commitment. I respect that. Time flies. Well, it's not going to fly too quick now. You've got 6 months locked in. Used to follow you about doing the accents. Oh, dude, I still remember. We had the Colonel Hans and the Drill Sergeant Haig, I think it was. Those are the two. You're a developer project Zomboid. Dude, that's awesome. Hope you're enjoying the developer life. I don't know if you guys ever do influencer campaigns or things like that. But we should probably talk if so, because I do represent a bunch of influencers as well. So like I have like 4 different jobs I do. I'm kind of crazy. But if you guys have any like big expansions coming out, you want to get eyes on, let me know and we can talk. I never actually got around to playing it myself. It really always looked like a very cool game, though. All right, you guys ready? Hype it up! One and all, this actually might be our tightest series to the round of 32 here in Midweek Muster. We've got Gully Deckle going up against Scarlet Devil. The kid versus, I think, the undercredited Chinese player. Scarlet Devil is like part of the brain trust that Louis MT scrims with regularly. So never write this guy off. I think he started to get a little bit more notoriety in the team tournament towards the end of 2024. He got Roos, by the way. That's kind of crazy. Roos is one of the most banned civs for very good reasons. And what makes it wilder is the map draft for the series. Dry River Lipany Gorge. This is all normie land maps where Pro Scouts is really good and Pro Scouts is very dominant for Roos. And to make things even better, Roos would function very well with horse archers in most of these maps. So curious to see what Gully wants to do here. One thing to keep in mind is horse archers is a little bit rough against Malians. If Gully's going to play the more metarized form of Malians, Malians like to bloat military a lot. Unfortunately, the problem with this matchup is Roos don't engage. And if they don't engage, you can't really justify building 20 Donzos, 20 Javelins, because you're going to be too late to castle. So this could end up being quite a tricky matchup. Usually Malians hate civs that harass their gold, but the funny thing about the Roos is they can be hated for their fast castle timing. Alright, guys. Get your predictions in, by the way. 1s if you think Scarlet Devil will win this game. 2s if you think Gully will. I think looking at the schedule, if there's any series that's going to get us to 3 games, this is the one, in my mind. Wait, why is no one playing Pons? I guess you can't as Malians. This is like the sucky thing. If you're Malians, you know this is going to be Pro Scouts. So you can't try to do some divested interest into like water at all. And remember, you also can't really all-in Roos. Not easily, for sure. The problem with Roos is they just get these 100 cabins up. They get Pro Scouts, and then between Golden Gate, the gold they gather from gathering of food, and the passive gold here, they just go castle. Now, once they get castle, usually, if you can't go horse archers, you're thinking men at arms. This matchup, honestly, I kind of like the idea of Scarlet Devil just going knights. Because the thing about Gully is he has javelins to count horse archers, but he has Musafadi to count men at arms. And you can build those Musafadi in age behind. Now, while Donzos can count at knights, it's very difficult to reach them. And the reason that's important is once you hit castle age, you can force the dynamic where your opponent can't actually stay at home. Because he needs to stop you from getting relics. Who did the caster list? Anasand. We're A-tier caster. Anasand approved. So you just like put just a giant ink stamp on that, I guess. I think I said about it already. It was definitely bold to rank people like that. Like even I think Beast even said he wouldn't do it. He just got the benefit from basically Anatan being the one doing it, just sitting there watching. But like it's because the difference is like when you do tier lists or whatever about factions, about maps, about tournaments even, it's less personal. He didn't mean any ill will, right? But like, obviously when you do it about people, especially with like casting, because it's such a subjective thing. Like for example, if you do a tier list of like the best players, you can anchor it very easily in statistics to back yourself up. But like doing a caster tier list could end up feeling like the equivalent of doing a personality tier list on talent. Like, you know, how, like, rate them from personality of cardboard box to, you know, vibrant and life of the party. Streamer tier lists are streamer tier lists common? I've never seen, like, someone do a streamer tier list. Maybe I'm just in the wrong circles. I just sit there watching, like, Heroes of Might and Magic spell tier lists and Civ tier lists for AoE4. It's definitely, so it's like, I've talked about ways that you can build your brand, your community. And when you take a very aggressive stance on something, you actually can build your brand more rapidly, but it can, intentional or otherwise, bring toxic notations to it. And what I mean by that is, like, for example, if you're a very small person and you start making videos saying that Ludwig sucks or like Moist Critical sucks or whatever, there's going to be a lot of people that hate you for that. But there's also going to be people that just agree with you because there is no one that is universally loved by everyone. Like, we've even seen this in more recent times with Mr. Beast, a guy who seemed like he'd do no wrong. Now you see people just not liking him, for whatever reason. So the whole concept is when you create a statement or dynamic that is not neutral but aggressively leaning one way or the other, you will alienate certain people, but other people will become your bodyguards. They will back you to the ends of the earth because now, bro, we agree, twinsies type thing, right? It's very difficult to build a neutral brand, and it takes a long time for most people. So that's why you see like these people catapulted to fame, usually for like crazy takes. That's been the meta on like YouTube and other platforms for quite a while now. So, moving across, Scully Deckle is playing anti-pro scouts, remember? That's what you have to do as Malians here. Scarlet Devil's reacted accordingly. This is correct. Opening spears makes a lot of sense because the scouts are just really frustrating otherwise. The cool thing with this is you set up to go for racks afterwards. But remember what we said. What can be sticky about this matchup for Scarlet is if he does want to go men-at-arms, Gully can react with Musafadi from an age behind. Ludwig did a couple of them. Interesting. I don't think I saw those Ludwig videos. I've seen a decent amount of his work. And yes, we're on G1 here. So Gully, he has drawn away some of the deer. It's just always tricky to stop Roos from getting that initial deer pack, because they can usually shove in. I don't think Scarlet actually done much of a shove, if I'm not mistaken. Gully, what is his win condition? He has got Donzos coming in, but this is bad. If you're reacting Donzos, you're stuck in the age longer. Archer range as well. Oh no. So remember what we said about the concept of Malians. Malians look really giga strong when you can float a lot of raw military and feudal. Like, we've seen them even beat Delhi because of that. Remember Marine Lord actually gave his take on, I think it was the Marine Lord Beastie game, where he had Malians and Marine Lord... Marine Lord had Delhi. And he said at the time, he admitted, he's like, I just didn't realize like the meta changed like this. Like, you just blob. You just blob like crazy, and Malians are really freaking strong because Pro Scouts enables it. The problem is when you do it this way, you're never going to be strong in time. Because the Roos tech timing is one of the most egregiously powerful and fast ones in the game. I mean, Core loves Roos. He'll tell you about it. Like I don't know, Core, do you think there's a Civ in the game that you can so consistently get Castle Age with and not be punished with right now? I'm trying to think if there is one more so than Roos, and I don't think there is. Most sheep-heavy series you ever played? Yeah, you've got one sheep, he's got 3 left. I mean, it's a Pro Scouts meta. It doesn't, like, it switches over. Get your numbers on the high trade house, by the way. Like, this Civ is just infuriating. And there you go. Yeah, it says no. Remember when we had this talk several weeks ago? Louis was the most infamous for it. When we had the map where you start in the corner with the river, Louis would go 20+ minutes into a Roos game without touching gold. How do you stop someone going fast castle who does that? Answer is you really can't. And that's why Roos has remained one of the most consistently banned civs, even after all the changes of 2020. Shushi's pretty fast too. Shushi I don't think they benefit as much, and they're also more exposed. So Shushi are going to touch gold. That's undeniable. They don't have this passive gen in their base straight away. Also, Shushi don't have a unit that immediately feels as impactful as Horse Archers, I feel. Horse Archers just tick a lot of boxes. When you're this early in the game, there isn't really a good counter. Now, we did say this is kind of dangerous against Gully's Javelin plan, but remember what we also highlighted about cavalry in any realm for Rusi. Gully's issue now is because his opponent's in castle, he has to block the relics. He can't just stay at home. that loses you the game. Your opponent already has a lot of passive gold. You're going to allow him to get 5 relics for an extra 400. That's a bad idea. So he's playing very aggressively here. The Musafadi? No. This is rough. He's expecting men at arms. But Scarlet's kind of doing something funky. Dude, this is a bait and switch. Archers against javelins seems kind of wild, but remember, these are going to be Castle Age archers against feudal javelins. It's going to count the Donzo and the Musafadi, and it can overwhelm jabs. That's wild. Wait, you trusted AoE full world to tell you if Scarlet Devil could play Roos? Oh, Gully, come no. There is no doubt in my mind that Scarlet has at least one Smurf somewhere. And I'm almost certain that, like, in scrims, Roos would have came up semi-frequently. Bold maneuver, my friend. Bold maneuver. Well, banning French would be fine. I mean, banning French is nice, but in lieu of Roos... You like Malians versus Roos. Okay, do you like it right now? So high trade house was 127, by the way. First relic's already on the way home. Gully's starting to add in the ranches, but no real sign of a tech up yet. About sheep is tough. Do you think that like a few extra sheep would have made a grand difference here? Yeah, be careful not to spoil the series, by the way. You can give your insights on the matchup, but like remember, be careful how you type it. It might be difficult though, because remember Gully is 6 years old, so his vocabulary is very limited. Berries at 6 minutes. At that point, do you not just eat cow? I mean, not Cal the Observer. That guy has, like, no meat on his body. You'd lose more calories than you gain from eating him. All right, I'm done skinny shaming. Archers trading out. We said about this, the veterancy just makes them pretty good in the exchange. Also, the Jav count on the front line is a little bit limited. Only 4 left. Kind of wild that Gully went around the back of the base. Yeah. I think you have to take the short route. But, you know, this is, once again, the problem with Roos. Is any other Civ, you'd harass the front side because their golds are here. With 12.5 minutes into the game, he hasn't touched gold. And he has second relic home. He's got full passive gen. And the Golden Gate tickets. Like, he's not going to eat gold. He can even afford knights now. And this is why I had worried for Gully. Like, he's just kind of stuck in the Cyclone now. So Knight spamming is coming. Warrior Monks are also going to be great for the fight, by the way. +1 goes a long way here. War is torn. What do you do if, to Gully if he wins it? I don't think we have to worry. Like, you know, I want you to think back to when you were like 2 years old. Do you actually remember anything from your childhood? We're safe. He won't remember this. When he grows up and goes to high school, it'll be but a distant memory. Really outplayed on the Pro Scouts? Agreed. He just flooded them, right? But this is like one of the most consistent ways Roos like to play this opening, right? Is that they go Scout, Mass, into Spears. At least what I've been seeing recently is really dominant. No Wooden Fortress? He's got one right there. It connects in. So Gully still needs to trigger attack. I think he's dead. It's way too many archers. Once this ticks in, projectiles level 2. These guys are going to be hitting for 9 damage. The Javs, that's pretty much their base damage. And although they have a little bit of bonus, these guys have more health. It's just not going to be pretty. And just a few knights is all it takes. Scarlet Devil basically has this front line to muddy the engagement. But still, Gully, he doesn't even have the resources to start the tech up. At this stage, when you see an army this big, you know you have to add in more army. So it just becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that you're stuck. If Scarlet Devil stops pushing, Gully can actually just mass and defend. But the problem is Scarlet knows what's happened here. He's literally in your base with double the army. If you ever find yourself in this position, folks, don't die with the TC, but keep attacking. He knows he can keep attacking because Gully also wants to get out on these resources. Knight's now going to dive in. No Donzo's really left to defend with. There's a full castled up Knight. So Gully looking pinned and dead here. Probably going to call the GG. He doesn't have a tech on the way. He has at least got the ranches accruing resources, but these feelings... Wait, what are we doing? I think he thinks he wasn't seen. We had to turn him down. And there's just more and more coming. All right, Scarlet looking warmed up, man. I still think we're going to get a close series, like 3 games. Not sure who's going to take it. This one's a bit hard to gauge upon because it is Roos, and Roos is very, very powerful. But all I know for sure is Gully is going to have to strike back fast. The question is, where are we going with that draft? Childs remember traumas? Oh no. GG. Couldn't contest the units, you had no food of your own. Do you think maybe you could have went archers there then? Like, that's my thought maybe, is like you're limited on food, so you lean at wood instead. That maybe could have been the way. I responded, Emma. Said already the stream we'd be leaning towards like 5 hours today. Okay, so let's go game 2. I want to see Scarlet use Japanese. That's what I want. Oh! Gully and his HRE. Disgusting. We have old versus new. It's going to be HRE up against OTD. Shallst we? One sec. Just need to respond to a message. Okay, we're good to go. One and all, welcome back to the Toddler versus the Devil. I mean, the Toddler has to have superpowers of some kind. Oh, he's HRE. That's right. This guy right here. You might recall from a popular video last year, he got top 10 playing HRE on the ladder. Dominant in the early days of the season in 2024. Let's see if he can distrominate here and get back in the series. Right now, he's lagging behind, but this is kind of wacky. We've got the Spearman Rush. Scarlet. Now, that's a very interesting approach. Going Spearman Rush against HRE. What happens if you Spear on Spear here? I think OTD can do okay because the raw villager count is so comparative at the start. So actually, Gully makes the right choice not to engage with this. He might need to consider an outpost or you just rush the gold. And I like that he's doing this. He's ran 3 out into the gold. The frustration for Gully in this game is going to be that Scarlet can actually block pro scouts though. So I think Scarlet's goal here is just a little bit harass, probably not more than 1 spear. Get your feudal, get pro scouts, doink from your opponent, and just basically kind of make a replication of game number 1 where you outfood your opponent. Sheep is going to be important though, and oh my god, Gully cannot complain about sheep. He went double scout opener to compensate for G1's lack of the sheepdom. He has 23 sheep to 6. Well, that confirms it. We wondered what Gully's favorite kid show is. I am almost certain at this stage it's one of those Mary Has a Little Lamb videos on repeat where you count sheep all night. It does seem fitting that the German kid got all the doner kebabs. Props to him as well. I think Gorge is a very interesting map for double scout opener because it's very linear. In most cases, you're going to send a scout down one side and a scout down the other, right? So like the whole idea is that you split the map. So if you send Scout down one side, you're already able to almost guarantee 75% of the sheep. But the other thing you can do is your Scout that spots the enemy Scout now has key info to inform where the other Scout goes. So for example, let's say you meet here. Scarlet, if he decides, oh, I'm going to switch lane, too late. Gully can just basically take the rest. And I think for Scarlet, he did avoid that temptation, which is the correct thing to do, but he still ends up losing half that sheep. Pretty cool dynamics. I think we had another game several weeks ago from Anatan that pristinely show you how useful this can be. And that is pristine. Hello, and a big shout out to Jean Doe for the raid. Thank you very much, mate. We caught your series early today. Commiserations. Lucifron is a monster. Hope you had a good stream. Do we happen to know why ML doesn't participate in this week's tourney? Sure, I can show you very easily. Do you guys mind getting flashbang temporarily? That's why. He farmed us. It's exploitative labor. He used us to get more ATR to protect his lead. Oh, sorry. It's sorry. Yeah, you're right. Kilyadi. Yeah, Lucifron. No, sorry. You're right. Lucifron went up against. Who was it now? Lemonos. That's right. We done them back to back. Yeah, Kilyadi actually getting back on Abba was quite thrilling. We did dissect like the early game there. Would love to get your thoughts. Feel free to look at the VOD. I think you had a very interesting opening there. Dry River's a tricky map. Very interesting opening from Gully here. So double scout has most definitely paid off. Scarlet's timing is so late. Right? I'm looking at this. And it was one spear. The maths doesn't add up here. It's because he had to walk out into the mill. So he missed out on a lot of resource gathering with this warp because no wheelbarrow. But things are about to get worse, guys. Gully can actually potentially just go for a blacksmith timing into archer range. Because if you rush over now, if you go spear archers and just put a ram, you block the deer. And if you block the deer, he has no food. He definitely can't go horseman. All right, ones if you think Gully's going to win this. Twos if you think Scarlet is. Tech up complete. He wants to go stables so badly. You feel like you need to. I think he has to go Gilded Archers. He just doesn't have the food to do anything meaty. And in fairness, Gilded Archers can defend all this. They can defend against archers, they can defend against spears. They can even defend against men-at-arms because they have higher base damage. But there it is. He's going Pro Scouts. Interesting. And that is interesting. What is up, Jondo? Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Thank you, thank you. I guess he feels like Pro Scouts is a necessity here because it wasn't a double deer spawn on one side. If he had both deer here, I think he actually could have justified Gilded Archers. But he's going to have to play wide. In fairness, he does have the boar, but I've got this bad feeling when I check the map. I don't think he sees the boar. That is an egregious boar spawn. What? Dude's just hiding in the trim of the map. Now, something else has happened in this game, by the way. Did you guys notice it yet? Gully doesn't have Pro Scouts. Very taboo. But when you get 23 sheep, kind of understandable. We've had similar games on maps like Prairie, where if one player goes double scout and the other doesn't, you can just circumvent Pro Scouts. Now, the reason that's important is it gives you a timing attack. This is all about rushing your opponent quick enough. Archer count is looking good right now. Spearman now to compensate against the Horseman play. All that's really missing is, I'd say, a ram. You could technically just blob spears to burn down the outpost because Scarlet hasn't gone for stone. But you have to be fast about this because remember, now that he's gone Pro Scouts, he's going to drag back safe economy. Ever since we had that talk about the buildings animating when they're working, I actually am annoyed that we don't have it now. Imagine if, and I think this is a really cool feedback loop. Imagine if the archer ranges, like, even if you couldn't see the archers, you just saw guys shooting and hitting arrows here when the units are being produced. And with the racks, maybe you have like little guys inside here attacking the dummies. And then the most obvious one is going to be the stables, where you could just have the pony going round and round. I wonder if that actually was the original intent, because this pony seems way too complacent. The thing that got me thinking about this is the fact that blacksmiths are buggy. So sometimes blacksmiths' furnaces go on fire, and sometimes they don't. They first start going on fire, to my understanding, when they tech something for the first time. But like you can see, right now, Gully's not teching anything, but it's still on fire. That means also, by the way, for the Archon, we should just have like a DJ guy vibing in the top window with his arms in the air. Gotta be consistent. So, Scarlet has eventually found his way onto the Gilded Archers that we talked about. He also did sneak out on the board. This is really good, because I'm pretty sure... Okay, Gully knows about it, but he's super far away. I would be surprised if he runs out to check the ball. Also, the crafty thing about what Scarlet done is because Scarlet went for Pro Scouts, and Gully presumably knows about it, as he's going to be seeing the Scouts running out on the side, it's less likely he checks the ball. He's thinking about it. Oh. I think Gully is waiting for him to go for the ball pull. So he doesn't think he's done it yet. It's going to be unfortunate. It's going to go back into the tree line. Does see farms getting added in. So, something I want to praise Scarlet for. His build looks very chaotic right now. He went Pro Scouts, he added in farms, he's doing ball. The logic here, though, is when you do something this chaotic, it almost looks like you don't know what you're doing. Your opponent doesn't know what you're doing. So it actually kind of protects the greedy players. The problem, though, is Gully doesn't care. Dive in. Mass archers beat small group of buffed up archers. This is proof that when you see that muscular guy at the gym that bullies everyone, if enough of you challenge him, you can beat him. This is scrawny no muscle men versus big muscle man. And the scrawners are winning. No wheelbarrow either. Those extra villagers dead. And a lead now extending. Gully, he can keep pressuring this or go for castle play. And he's going to choose pressure. Siege engineering being queued up. Animating in video games is one of the hardest parts to do. It even restricted Poe game developers. It can be. One thing I'll say to counteract that point, though, and this is as someone with like who's had the insights behind the scenes and experienced this himself. The art and animation team tend to get a lot more of the budget. And what I mean by that is not necessarily like budgetarily money, but performance. So like when you make a game, you need to decide, okay, what kind of PC are we aiming for this to run on? And then balance accordingly. Most games, a big chunk of that budget of performance goes into the art team. The majority, actually. So I can tell you, as someone who like specialized in AI and pathfinding solutions, netcode as well, netcode might get a little bit of priority, but also has systems that have been simplified to a point like you don't need to track animations accurately, you just need to track frames, so it's a bit more elegant. But with AI, there is rarely ever been a game in the history of game development that has smart AI. Most AI is just dumb with smoke and mirrors to look smart. So Ram coming in. I like this from Gully. Really smart. He baited the E repairs on the archery range and then switches houses. This is horrible for OTD. There's such a pop inefficient civ that taking out houses ruins them often. Because the villagers take one population, but the military units take two. So it puts you in this weird skew where you're looking for even numbers of population increase, but you're stuck on odds. It's like he's going to forfeit the Ram, but this is for good reason. Gully, he's going for castle. And he finds it! Snitched on the pig. Looks like he will be able to fortify. Didn't lose any additional villagers. However, Scarlet is once again playing a dangerous game. Are you kidding me right now? This man is a psychopath. Who does this? Builds an outpost to go onto the deer, plays pro scouts, adds in farms, plays boar, plays gold, super wide in the flank. Like, the amount of wild moves that Scarlet Devil's making in this game. This is pure Chaos Fury, and I love it. Once again, if you're behind in a video game, and you're playing against a talented player, someone you think can execute these type of builds quite well, playing linear is possibly the worst move you can make. The full process here is if you're going to do the predictable thing, and your opponent is capable or talented, you're just going to stay behind him. It's the same reason why nowadays when someone does like 2TC, the other person will usually look for an alternative to then doing 2TC. Because if you do 2TC after them, and you have no upside compared to them, in terms of like, you know, cheaper TC, fast producing, you're now just like 3 villages behind. Same logic as nowadays, usually what we see is when someone goes Castle Age, the opponent doesn't then rush Castle Age, they attack you. Unfortunately for Scarlet in this game, because of the hemorrhaging and the losses along the way, he's not in a position to attack. His army is way too small. And wow, this is so much worse actually. He gets caught. He was trying to make that move, but marching drills eat your heart out. Where can you see that Anatan caster tier list? I'm going to print it out and put it up on my wall. As inspiration that I'm never good enough. And also, I'll treat it like a hit list. We need to assassinate Drongo, Dabston, Krakody, Tim, Warman, and Beastie. Hey, like, what's easier, guys? Improving or just killing the competition? Well, that got dark. Wait, no, don't clip it. That's premeditated. I'm gonna get like double the years in prison. I can't run KPMMs from a prison cell. Do you know how bad the internet is in those places? So archers are going to find their way in. Stonework... No, we don't have wheelbarrows still. Against some HRE. Just drop the rocks. You'd run faster. Okay, you wouldn't, but you really should. Cow raid, though. Hello. Mossman in. Gully is in a bit of a panic mode here. Doesn't have anything at home to defend with. He's queuing up the Knights and Spears now. They'll eventually be there to defend him. So yeah, I like what he's doing. At first, he thought about coming home. Don't. Just keep attacking. Scarlet on garrisons. Big mistake there. 2 more villages down. A nice wall of defense. So we'll reset him. By the way, anyone who's like, Scarlet, Scarlet, do you want to learn to count with me? Because although he done some damage, he's still an entire age behind. And now he has the uncomfortable proposition of going Castle Age when there's a group of archers vetted up waiting on his doorstep. Not just any archers, guys. Zuma Boy archers. Yep, these guys, I mean, where most people wear sandals or old boots, these guys have the latest in running technology sneakers. He's going to back away, though. I guess, like, Gully doesn't want to risk the lead. He'd rather just starve his opponent. In fairness, if I could look at one thing that maybe Gully could have changed here, just go back for a scout. One of his problems is he has no vision, so he couldn't have sniffed this out. But if he had a scout checking the other side of the base, when he's diving south side, he has good vision on the archers, and the north side would tell him the rest. Knight is now going to discover it. Unfortunately, it's too late to stop it. Burgrave will complete. Tech up is now successful. But Gully, knowing this, now can punish. He needs to. I mean, 5 relic is kind of its own punishment, right? Oh, God. Yep, he doesn't even hang around. GG gets called. We're getting a game 3. Keto strikes back. Well played to Mr. Gully Dockle. My eye. So, deciding game on Lipany. If I lose with 23 sheep, I could already retire. I think you mean, well, yeah, as in, like, you should retire, right? The way you said that is like, if I have 23 sheep, I'm so rich, I can afford to live the rest of my life without doing anything. It's kind of how it read. So, Lipany Decider, we're going to be having Sushi versus Byzantines. Really good map for Sushi. Let's hop in. We'll talk about it a little bit as to why. In fact, give me a sec, guys. I'm going to cough the crap out of my guts. I'm starting to think this cough is unhealthy. When I'm coughing so hard that I'm getting a stinging feeling in my stomach, I think I have a problem. That doesn't sound good to me. I mean, that sounds super dodgy now that I think about it. Why would I get a stinging feeling in my stomach? Do I have any doctors in chat? Alright, screw the doctors. Time to get our PhDs in Age of Empires. Final game of the series, one and all, and we have got Byzantines up against Shushi in Berry Madness Land. It's going to be good old Lipany. Oh, this could be a fun matchup. So Shushi should still feel really good because of pro scouts, but I think this is one of the maps where Byzantines can upset. Mainly because of the amount of berries. You have this very fluid motion from berry stack to berry stack that works out nicely. On top of that, Scarlet Devil has a very defendable spawn of deer. Double deer stack on top of each other with double berry. Oh, this is sick. Okay, so Scarlet Devil has a really weird build. I don't know if you guys have seen it. I'm going 2x speed until we're in feudal. But him, CSO, Louis, we're experimenting with this very unusual Grand Winery build where you don't build it here, you'd build it here. You build it on the second berries. I actually think in this game, that build would be disgustingly effective. He's probably not going to do it because back when they tried it last year, it was a flop. It flopped harder than a floppy disk in 1990. Because they're meant to flop. They're called floppy disk. It was really rough. So he's going to play it safe instead. He has at least scouted the area. Gully also knows he actually just ran straight across that deer stack. And we are going to get the Meditation Garden. It's going to be 8 stack of berries. Oh. And one and all, I present to you why you picked Shushi on Lipany. That is going to be a really healthy 48 food, 25 gold, 25 stone, and then probably about 20 wood. So that's 100 plus Meditation Garden. If you can get 100 plus, you're in such a good place in the early game. It's essentially like having 3 extra workers in your economy. Which is crazy at this stage. Byzantines kind of mirror you with a 10% increase in eco, but not quite. So tech up complete, Grand Winery coming through. He's going to connect for the level 2 assistant. This matchup, I feel like we often see javelins with Limitane. It's weird though, because historically this matchup, you'd think you'd want to go Lombos. Reason being, Lombos feel really good against Shushi because you can basically stop them from playing Chicken Noob because you completely outgun them. And then you scale really nicely with Lanch Nectar up against like more squishy PG or Mass Spearman, defenses, etc. The problem is the current meta. The current meta pushes you towards javelins because it pushes you towards Limitane. In about 90% of high-level Byzantine games, if you see a Rax opening, you're going to see a javelin follow-up because it counters different unit types. The problem is, like, while Lombo Limitane also counters different unit types, it's more awkward in the unit types it counters. On top of that, when you go for Spearman, your opponent's immediately going to react to archers. So javelins are just a more inherently logical counter. It only makes sense to go Lombos when you know you can force your opponent to spears. And in the Pro Scouts meta, the reality is Byzantines are the ones who are going to be forced spears. And it's known. The reason is you need Limitane to stop Pro Scouts. Get him! Get him! Get him! Wait! What? No! Wait, what happened there? There was like a delay on the strike. It was almost like he hit the wind into him. Whatever, he gets it. More sheep for him. Gully, oh my god, this is swings and roundabouts, mate. How are you going from dog crap sheep count to good sheep count to bad sheep count? I know how. Game 2, he built a second scout. That's literally the difference. So, lesson learned here, Gully. When you build 2 scouts, you destroy your opponent in sheep. When you build 1, you get destroyed. Yeah, it's 3 sheep versus 16. Obviously, Scarlet's not going to rush the sheep now. He's got some on there, but he's more about the berries. On top of that, deer is getting blocked out. Now, Gully has a way out, by the way. He doesn't need to contest this deer. He can actually just sneak around the back with the scouts. And the cool thing is it means that the Chuganu can get a good fight here while you're still pulling deer home. I wonder if he's going to do it. Scarlet's being a crafty mother ducker. We do have the fast castle build. Yeah, most of the time Byzantine players are always doing this. You know that meme where like you're walking along with your girlfriend, but you're looking at someone else? Put the Byzantine flag, and then they're looking at H3. They're looking at H3 while pretending to be H2. Perfectly summarizes this civ. Oh, I just missed that in chat on YouTube. Watch the volcano the other day. I haven't seen the volcano. What the hell's that about? Byzantine's really strong castle? Yeah. It's the timing. 9 minutes is insane. Because when you go for the 9-minute timing, you end up with double mercenary for free. I mean, you have to pay in olive oil, but the reality is you benefit immensely from gathering olive oil. Because the reality is you're getting like a 60% buff, which is already strong with the berries in itself, right? So you get like, was it 50% berries, then you get 60% extra. So at that stage, you're getting close to double the resource haul out of these berries. And the worst gathering rate is offset by the fact you have system buff anyway. This is what makes them so powerful. It's an undeniable timing. Because what they've done is, because they've close to double the amount of resources they get out of berry gathering, they've added in an army worth close to 1,000 resources. Almost for free. Isn't that crazy? Not just any army, it's a quality army. Javelins, Lombos, Keshiks, these are all premium units of their type. Credit to Gully, though. Doesn't fall behind. Has got access to the Pro Scouts now. And on top of that, Shallow Monastery because of how quickly you gather and the fact that you get that discount. So, Scarlet may have backed up a bit too much here, folks. I think he needed 1 or 2 extra Lematane to stay forward. Because now, Gully can rush the relics. Berry under winery is much better RPM than supervised deer? Yes. Because berries are... Is it 0.66 these days? So 0.66. You buff it up with the irrigation by 14%. So that brings it up to like 0.69. Yeah, so you buff up to about 0.78 or something. But then because of the olive oil effect, like you're basically getting... I want to say somewhere around 1.6 in raw resources. It's very, very powerful. Meanwhile, supervision, it's on deer, it's going to be 0.84, and you get 20% extra. So you're essentially at 1 food a second. Now, the trade-off there, the thing that actually makes supervision feel really busted is the fact that while the Byzantines are going to gather this olive oil really quickly, it's limited. Although the deer are limited too, there's going to be a lot more of them condensed here. The other important thing is supervision takes a limited resource and multiplies it by a factor of 1.2. That's really, really powerful. I still think to this day, like we're 4 years into release, and I still think there's even Shushi and Chinese mains outside the pro level that don't understand just how impactful that is. The reality is, it gives you a lot more safety. You know, the comparison I always like to make is when you look at HRE. HRE eat through their safety 40% faster. And as busted as HRE's 40% buff sounds, when you think about it that way, supervision is just as good, if not better. So, Ranjin coming in. I like Scarlet Devil's reaction. I've seen players rush for Anjin and forget Limitane and they lose the game. Because Shushi and Chinese, the number one thing they want to do is build Lancers when they reach castle. It's like their most popular build. But he has the correct reaction. On top of that, he has actually queued up camels, and that's active production. I love this. You don't need many of them, you just need the debuff. Gali, smart, going back to the Shushi. And there's Shuganu. He's even vetting them up. Oh, this is cool. The Stealth Forest lets him do some really cool things here. Because it's very vision depriving. You can basically camp the army here, and there's a big risk that Scarlet won't see it coming until it's too late. Now, Scarlet is going to be scaling Javelin gradually anyway, so he has somewhat of an answer. But that's where the Knights are meant to be key. And Shuganu are meant to be able to shred Limitane, but there is one key component to consider here, and it's level 2 ranged armor. Level 2 ranged armor is very powerful for Limitane, because with the shield wall, plus the ranged armor reduction, the way it works is you do the percentile removal, and then you do the minus. And because you're doing bursts, you're essentially just getting 3 times the effect out of ranged armor's levels. Gully is doing the right thing, though. He has got bot magazines to offset some of that. Really would benefit from a blacksmith here, though. I'm kind of surprised we don't have Steeled Arrow being rushed. And I haven't been talking crap about other people. Maybe check your facts and check your full story before insinuating things. Thanks. We've been over it already.
You can check the VOD. If you really care, you would. But we'll see.
Clash coming in. Oh, it's only going to be arrow slits. He didn't have enough stone. Arrow slits should be scary enough, though. I mean, this week has literally been entirely blowing things out of proportion, to be honest. So yeah, doesn't surprise me someone comes in and goes to the polar extreme again. What do you guys think? Are we looking at a win for Scarlet or Gully? 1's for Scarlet, 2's for Gully. It feels really tight until you look at the relics. Gully pulls a beautiful sleight of hand here. He's at 4 relics, so Scarlet has to attack. Because if Scarlet backs up now, Gully can go Pagodas. And Pagodas is wild. It'll be 750 passive income instead of 240. It pays for the tech up in like 2.5 minutes. Well, I guess you could say 3 minutes, because obviously, like, you're only getting about 500 extra. And also remember, because you'll have Tang still, you get that discount, which is why it's only 3 minutes. Flash coming in, though. Shiganu trying to clear the way, but it is under mesh level 2. Only the +1, but Volt Magazine means it's +2. Lancers are holding steady. I think Scarlet Devil misread his timing here. Lancers to the back. Javelins are going to get massacred. This is looking bad, folks. Gully isn't going to be rushing those pagodas we talked about, but he will have the opportunity down the line. He's floating wood, so likely we're thinking about farms. The granary switch is going to come in fast here, and he can afford to do so. Meanwhile, on the other side, Scarlet at 15 minutes is only now adding in the very first olive grove. And you might want to make it like an olive branch of peace here, because he needs time. Ah, thank you, Drum. Final math for the interested. Level 2 berries 1.3 res a second. And that's like, you're calculating in the olive oil there, right? Just to clarify. Supervised deer is 1.1. It's really good, is the TLDR. So remember, the trade-off is that berries you gather from quicker. Even if you aren't doing the Grand Winery ones, though, it's still really powerful. Because remember, the mills, if you drop off at a mill, it's 50% olive oil. So at that point, you're still getting 0.69 plus, like, what? Basically, you're getting about 1 resource a second at least. And reminder, the thing that makes olive oil crazy is that you are using a singular resource to build premium units. I think that's also someone that doesn't maybe get enough credit, is the fact that you are doing one thing to get 2 resource types. And one of those resource types is a jack of all trader resource type. It's like having free resources because you can use them for units that would take food and wood or food and gold. Really powerful. Olive oil prices. Don't get me started on olive oil prices. Actually, for real, guys, I'm living the poor man's life. We are having to use sunflower oil. I went, like, you'd think I have Italian descent. I remember I went to Emma. I was like, why are we not getting olive oil? The taste, where is it? Mamma mia. And she just goes, it's like £5 or £6 a bottle. We're not doing that anymore. Actually, I think she said it was more. I think she said like £7 or £8 the cheapest. I'm like, oh. Oh. Yep. I cannot show myself at any Italian friend's party anymore. They'd spit in my face. We also use those ragu sauces that come into a pot. This is exactly why I need people to subscribe to this channel. I'm suffering. I can't finish that. Although, actually, subs do help a lot. I can't even afford the good Dolmio mix. Okay, I'm going to stop now. We do have wars coming up. Cully, wait, do you subscribe to Louis MT's channel? What is going on here? Whew. That's a big boy wall. But for good reason. Look at what he's doing. Mountain Academy, he's gone greedy. Holy shit, this could actually kill him. It's a lot of army, and he basically is countered. Most of his army is ranged. You've got Javelin Varangian against you. And most of your range is actually not anti-armor either. If Scarlet just sends it, I think Gully's... No! Gully? Question marks in chat? Gully? Gully, no! No! No, 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 no! Wait, what? I mean, screw it. Just burn through the wall. Oh, God, I'm done again. What? You just realized, like, oh, okay. I mean, we walked all this way. We might as well burn it to the ground, right? You walled the entirety of the map. But this time... I swear, these walls, they just grief you sometimes. You never expect it. Fish coming in. Mangonel Towers behind Fan. Did we get the siege engineering? I actually love Hero Siphons here to speed this up. No siege engineering. So the reason why Hero Siphons is really good in this environment is you can force your opponent to stand in the fire as you fight. Because you've got better range. So let's say you fight here with Javelins. You walk a Hero Siphon up here and you burn on the tower on the pagoda. If Gully wants to defend against you, he has to walk into the fire to get in range. So actually, it could be a sick detail, but might not even need it. Gully's trying to switch into crossbows now, realizing the mistake. There's so many Javelins and Varangian. Flash on the way, villagers. Not sure what to do with themselves. They're actually going to get massacred as a result. Wait, what? What's going on? Oh my God, the work account. 14. Make it 15, 16. Look at this. That misclick just killed him. Ah, that's going to be it. Scarlet Devil. He's going to run with this. He was all in already. 20 villagers dead. Like that. At first, I thought it was a Sikh shelter. I think it was. I think it was for the outposts. So you pulled these villagers back. I don't think that one was necessary. They were actually safe. But these villagers, Sikh sheltered into the village. It was full. And then because of all the units body blocking here from his own army, they griefed him. He rallied all the way around the siege workshop to get to this outpost here. Proof that Sikh shelter is out to get you. Painful final game. Gully, it looks like he's going to get eliminated in the round of 32. Oh. And all it took was one button. Like, this game was still going to be a hard defense, but there was a way. But that one button press ended him. And at this point, he's just processing the inevitable loss. Even with 2TC, like, there's just not going to be any time now. Well, commiserations to him. It was a fun back and forth series. He can blame on cheap, though. Always go 2 scouts is what we've learned here, Gully. But no. I think the most important thing in this game to remember is a lot of people think it is possible to lose the game by pressing one key, but for a lot of people, that key is delete. But what we just learned from poor old Gully here is just as threatening is the G key. It can kill a man. Send him straight to hell. That's exactly what's going to happen here. We're going to see the 2x speed. This game is inevitably over. The Varangian are thinning out a little bit. But he's going to find that. No, there we go. Camels go in. And that should be the tap out moment. The economy got found. Wait, he's going through this. I've said before, you got to do something wild. There's wild, and then there's making like baboon noises and throwing your feces at people. I think we've gone too far. GG gets called. Bold. Bold to go for the 3rd TC. Did not expect that. Good lordy. Okay, so another series done. Scarlet makes it through. I think we've got time probably for one more series. He was flexing his stone. I mean, that meditation garden was OP. It's true. So, let's see what other series you got. Is there a live series? Quite possibly. Excuse me. I could have sworn I saw... so there's one starting in like 40 minutes. That's Mahodo Lash. I will not have time to do that one. We can, however, do Wham versus Hannadins. We should be able to do Wham versus Hannadins. Oh, I need to hydrate? Good idea. Meant to say one more series ahead of Lash in 40 minutes? No, because my partner is going out. So I've got the kids from T-minus 1 hour. So that is unavoidable, unnegotiable. Family comes first. So we will do one more series. Wham's series is meant to be now. Let me double check I didn't misread the time. Maybe it's a different day. Nope, it's now. It was meant to be 25 minutes ago. Unless Wham is signed into one of his Smurfs. He might be on one of his Smurfs. Nope. Hannadins is online. Wham's not here. By the way, guys, big reminder. All right, I just done the maths on this. There's 400 of you here. 200 of you have signed up. That means 200 more of you could sign up for Opera GX, and it's free to do. Now, I'm not asking for 200. That would be incredible, actually, if you guys can do 200. But I would be blown away if you guys can get us to 269 new users signed up via our link. Exclamation Opera GX if you want to check them out. We've been using them all month long, and we'll continue to use them afterwards. I've actually had a blast with them. So here you go. This is the browser we've been using. Really helpful, actually. Any website that can go auto black, it does it for. It's got a really helpful little game corner here that lets you know about all the upcoming things, the dailies, games that are on release, free-to-plays you might not be aware of. Really helpful for like gamers. And then it also has lots of helpful things on the side here, like embed points for Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Discord, and a lot more than that. Also, I think a lot of you have a use for a VPN. Are you one of those people who like basically uses a VPN once per year to get something cheap and then doesn't need the VPN again? Boys, we've got you covered. If you come in here, down to privacy and security on this tab on the side, I can't show it to you because OBS is weird in the way it captures, but there is a VPN setting here that you can enable to appear like you're somewhere else entirely. And it is free to do. There is a pro version, but you don't need the pro version for things like viewing better TV shows or getting better pricing. You can do that with the free version. So yeah, Opera GX, check it out today and make sure you install it because it does support the channel. But with that in mind, let me check. Is Hannadins, Hannadins was here earlier. Is he still here? Because we should have Hanno versus Wham. Is there EGC Spring upcoming? There is, eventually. I think they had like a roadmap somewhere. Always use VPN for Reddit. What are you posting on Reddit? Do I even want to know? I feel like I don't. Hannadins is playing already. Is he? Let me see if I can find the game. It must be in G1 then. I don't see the... Oh, I see the problem. All right, yeah, we're catching G1. Basically, Wham is on his... Wham is being Blade 55555555. That's why we couldn't... Like, we were looking in the wrong place. Okay, so bear with me a sec. Let me grab the draft and we'll hop in for this series. So reset everything. Now Dry River, Dry Arabia, and Lepony. There we go. Okay. Fantastic. Let's get ready to hop in the game. Why is it being weird? There we go. Okay. Draft ready. Hop across. We'll do a little bit of speed up for game number 1, just so we can catch up to live. Okay. And Hannadins goes with the Ottomans. I think he's been playing Ottomans quite frequently in these. Okay. So, G number 1 between Blade 5555. It's Wham, guys. It's like, this is the meta now. The meta is literally pretend you're someone else. HRE up against Hannadins on his Ottomans. He's going to be going for the military school opening. Oh, you're going to want more than military school. I think he knows it. That's good news. So, he hasn't scoured, but I think he's assuming this is going to be a Dark Age rush. This is really good from Hannadins. You need to go for the Rax play here if you want to contest in the Dark Age. There is some realm of existence in which you can go outpost here because he actually got a really good gold spawn on his tree line. But I think he's like thinking multiple layers here. Either your opponent has gone for Dark Age rush and you need to contest it with spears, or your opponent is going to be going for dot play and you need to contest it with spears. Either one is really good. If you guys remember, Ottomans found a lot of popularity in the meta as a Dark Age aggro civ. They're really good on maps like Canal, where you can basically contest water, where your opponent plays a lot longer in the first stage. So, Rax is going to be coming in. One interesting thing is, like, if you looked at this as a raw micro battle, you'd favor Wham heavily. No offense to Hannadins, it's just, like, obviously we have a lot more proof of Wham. You know, you expect someone of our high, like, level to be very good at micro, etc., etc. But, and let me just fix his name. The problem comes that if you play way too long in the Dark Age, the Imam point comes into play. And the Imam point is just like a complete game changer. Hannadins looks like he doesn't really want to be in the Age, though. Gathering on the gold like that. And wow, okay, that makes it even worse. Yeah, he got caught right at the beginning. So he's going to have to burn down more wood from the straggler trees into additional spears. I don't like the look of this, guys. Because at this rate, Wham, I think he maybe stops around like 8 spears and then goes for attack. In fact, what is going on here around the back? Hannadins goes for the backstab. He's not going to be able to eat his din-dins here, though. Remember, the HRE spears are really fast. Okay, I think at this stage, Wham is maybe going to start considering just letting up. Or we could just add... Oh, God. Guys, there is no let up. He's going to keep spamming. He's got double dock. I didn't even notice it due to the blue and blue. Credit to him. Sultani Trade Network is going to be coming in. Hannadins has a problem, though. Oh, my God. He only has 2 sheep. How is he down to just 2 sheep already? I mean, Blaze down to 5. Wham's down to 5. God damn it. But remember, that's also because he's been Arcan buffing, or rather, Prolot buffing. Is he just going to keep spamming spears? I think so. That is a little bit dangerous, though. I think this is good for Hannadins, because what he can do is go for the meta to get double melee armor, or he can go for the Imam point, and there's the Imams. This is big. It's going to scare him away. Problem, though, is any other Civ, I think you can do some harassment damage. Against HRE, they're way too fast. So now, Wham has options. He can open archers to counter this, or you with double pond could just go castle. Because like the problem now is Hannadins freaking out that all these spears are here, isn't going to rush out of his base. Wait, is he just... Interesting. I wonder if this is maybe like a semi-fast castle from Wham, where he adds in a lot of men-at-arms. That build is quite popular with Pro Scouts. The thing we have to keep in mind is, although he doesn't have Pro Scouts, what he does have is fishing. And a lot of it at that, by the way. He has 8 fishing boats. Yeah, went a bit hard in the Northern Pond. Wasn't expecting 5 here. Usually, like most players, balance between 3 to 4. Okay, so we are getting the all in. So the importance of this, the reason why you're seeing Wham go back for archers is this Imam. The easiest way to kill it, and they need to die. This is kind of crazy, though. He's actually fighting in pre-archer arrival. They're going to turn up now. One of the Imams is going to get sniped. Wait, no! He didn't chain heal him. I think that was a misclick. Hannadins was trying to send the one Imam back in, but he forgot to click on the heal to retreat. He loses both of them. Get me out. That is a catastrophic loss for Hannadins. So one of his Vizier points is completely wasted. Has to cancel his military school and build it elsewhere, so he's not going to get the buff rate. It looks like he's trying to go castle. But remember what we said about the men-at-arms play. Wham can just bulk up the MAA count and then go for the third age. And then all of a sudden, you've already got a Castle Age army in the enemy base. I mean, I'm trying to think what Hannadins does to resolve this. I get why he feels he needs to go Castle Age, but it almost feels like it's going to kill him. The problem is, like, there's nothing he can build right now to get out of this bind. You could go Sapahi if you got Madrissa, but he didn't. He doesn't have the Anatolian heal point. He has 0 sheep. He's right now risking deer. And to make matters worse, Wham knows about it. Yeah, I feel like if you open Sapahi here, Blade / Wham is going to wrap round and block it, and then you've wasted resources in the stables. So probably for Hannadins is going to try to bulk archers, because archers is the most food efficient unit you can go for. It's only 30 food, mostly wood. The worry I have of that is the more you build archers, the more value there is in Wham just going castle with the men-arms. Oh, so to make matters worse, it's now 3 dock. I mean, why stop there, right? Let's go 4. He's got 500 wood. He could just actually rush across the field and get all the docks. So he's going to rush in between the outposts. Bad fight for Hannadins. He's just outnumbered. And what is up, Poppy Paw? Just in time to watch his bro slay. Thank you very much, mate. Hope you had a good stream. A rare sight here, folks. Poppy Paw is going back to his colonial roots, becoming European again. Meanwhile, Wham is full-on peeing all over the competition. G1 goes to him. Didn't expect that connection, did you? Anyway, that is going to be a G1 win for Mr. Whamsicle. I believe they're now hopping into G2. Excuse me, I'm still dying. So, let's have a look here. Yep, perfect timing. HRE versus French. I'm trying to remember. I think Hannadins plays quite a lot of French, if I remember correctly. So for those that don't know, Hannadins is like a solid diamond player. Yeah, he's a French player from France. So, no surprise he likes French more than most other civs. Alright, let's get ready to hop in the game. And we can do some predickies. Oh, and flip score. Start prediction.
Ναι.
Επλήρωσα.
That's right. Wham did make Hannadins quit trying to be Turkish. He's gone back to his roots as a Frenchman being the French. One and all, welcome back to G number 2 between Hannadins, and do not be confused or tricked by this name, this tomfoolery. This is Wham. Byzantines versus French. So Pro Scout Civ against Civ that can't do Pro Scouts and has to watch you do Pro Scouts. Should be good for Wham. For Hannadins, rather. Wham can do some interesting things here, though. Like, we've had this matchup a few times, and I really like this idea of Spearman for France. Just to try and bludgeon Byzantine's time, because usually what Biz are going to try to do here, they have to open the Matane, which means they want to follow up Javelins, because French are usually going to do Knights plus Archers. If French complete the circuit there, it's very hard, I actually think, for the Byzantines to keep up momentum. So, knowing this, I wonder if Wham's goal is to just do initial aggro with Limitane, block a deer stack, and then go castle. Could he maybe shove some deer in? North side might be feasible. You're opening Limitane, just come and shove like this. It's always tricky against French. I think they're the hardest civ to do the deer shove against alongside Jean. Because the issue is you open these Limitane, and let's say your opponent was opening Horseman. Okay, like, you know, if I'm patrolling to shove deer, he's going to harass me a little bit. Awkward. But, like, it's going to be irrelevant damage in the grand scheme of things. However, if your opponent has knights and you're deer shoving and not paying attention, you're just going to lose the spears. Oh, and I think we're 20 seconds out. I'm going to hit the 2x. Maybe 4x. So Groundwinder coming in. The rest of the spawn, actually pretty nice for Wham. He has got to go some way out to get the walls up. But once Wham's walls are online, he has a nice secondary berry behind him. Ball might even be an objective if he gets a little bit starved down the line. I do think the south side is a bit painful because if you try to play berries here, your opponent's going for the deer as well. And it's very hard to wall this area. So it's kind of like an intermediary spawn where these tree lines are nice for the setup onto the second berries, but horrible beyond. How does Hanno want to approach this? He has scouted out both deer packs, I believe. You could just kind of shove this deer up to the tree line and then get the first freebie, and then take from your opponent on the second. I imagine Hannadins is probably going to play this a little bit more orderly, where he just takes his own deer first. The thought process being is that Byzantines aren't going to pro scouts themselves, right? That would be crazy. Right, chat? Can we agree? That would be insane. You don't pro scouts as Byzantines. That's not your... Why is he gathering so much gold? Not 100% confirmed. It could just be about blacksmiths here for a timing. But this is a lot of gold. And it doesn't make sense for a fast castle timing per se. Okay, there you go. The investment's going to be wheelbarrow. So yeah, nothing crazy. I think the extra gold is probably intended for... Do you horticulture here because of the berry gathering rate? It still, once again, could be the blacksmith. But blacksmith makes a lot more sense when you're up against archers, so you rush under mesh. Against French, it's kind of irrelevant because like one melee defense is pretty negligible against high base damage. The damage reduction percentile is like almost non-existent because when you take one away from this maths, like you're reducing the damage you take by 5%. Doesn't sound that great. Compare that to, say, for example, under mesh, where your opponent has 5 base, you're reducing the damage by 20%. That is a worthwhile investment. I am getting this weird feeling it's Pro Scouts, but wheelbarrow into Pro Scouts is very counterintuitive. The reason is, like, if you go into Pro Scouts, your issue is, like, you want to not move. And wheelbarrow is all about moving. So Merc House on the way. Moment of truth, probably looking at javelins here. Hannadins, meanwhile, is already now targeting the deer. H3 better than French? Is that historically accurate? I feel like historically they were kind of back and forth over a lot of matters. Yeah, like, that wasn't exactly a one-sided affair. Love the Akratoy. That was sick by Wham. Great defense. Barely took any damage. In fact, he activated it. Did he activate it just in time? No. So one of these knights, one of these night charges would be able to kill a villager if you can find the low HP one. The 31 HP one, I think, would die. No, it's still going to be 2 hits. Okay, so he actually did activate it just in time. Because remember, if you activate Akratoy before the lance charge hits or the follow-up sword hits, you don't get 2 hit. But against French knights, if you have 0 melee armor, the lance into right click with the sword kills you. Historically, you can easily say something beats French, but just saying. I mean, does it even need to be historically? Whoa! Should say that. We did get raided by a French person earlier. I'm English. We get a free pass on these things. I talked about this before. If you look at like a lot of French and English history, it's pretty much just us screwing each other over. Indirectly or directly. Oh, look. These Americans are unhappy and want to rebel. It'd be a shame if we were to fund them against the English. Oh, look. France is trying to inherit the Spanish throne. Don't know about that. That's true. We did keep our boats as time went on, so we win. Okay, who's more hyped for House of Lancaster than Knights Templar? I don't know. My feeling is that most of the community want Knights Templar more. Oh, and I just saw on the YouTube side. Thank you very much, MG, for joining the fam. Dude, that's cool. We don't often get people becoming a member across on YouTube. But thank you very much. I did see that. You're a legend. Templars for the win? Okay, we actually, yeah, we do have some Lancaster fans. What? Yeah, there's a lot of things in there for Lancaster that's got me intrigued. I do think there's some very compelling elements to them. I'm like curious for certain things where like they're going to be range focused and defense focused. I'm like, you just described English. How does that work? Wait, did they actually reveal the specific info on the Lords? I must have missed that in their announcements. We'll have to dissect it all in the coming days. So, let's talk about the state of the game. We're at the 9-minute timer. This is meant to be a powerful point in the game for Wham. Javelin count is a little bit lacking. Did he miss on the timing slightly? No, they're coming out nicely now. Oh, wait, yeah, he did. He's housed. Yeah, I wonder why they went out yet. That's really important, actually, because Hannadins is playing for the additional deer pack. We do have him moving out for those berries we mentioned earlier. Really ballsy maneuver, but I think the thought process for Wham is at this point, because Hannadins has gone for Pro Scouts, he doesn't yet have that many knights. Lancaster seems not so good in comparison to Templar. I'm not convinced that's true. I think the first thought process is like, one Civ shouldn't really be tagged variant, it's new. And the other one's variant, so people are like, oh, it's going to be similar to what exists. I don't know if that's going to be true, though. I think there's plenty of ways they could make a variant Civ very different. Took my advice on some of the unit animation. I love the dramatic attack. Yeah, like, for real, I cannot emphasize this enough. AoE4 has a lot of cool mechanics and a lot of cool interactions. But a lot of the time, and it's why we also zoom in a bit, you just can't see it. So I hope they actually, I hope they have like a spring cleaning type patch where they just go back and revamp all animations, actually. Make the arrows that get shot by archers more silhouetted. Because like, it's mainly the silhouette behind, so like when you shoot the arrows, you kind of want to have a black fade in the background so they pop against the background. Another thing I really would love to see done at some point is an audio rework. Audio is really, really immersive and cool when you zoom really far in. So I'll give you an example. If we do this. Can you hear the wildlife? But I mean active things like archers shooting. When I was at Red Bull, something I was really amazed by was the bass amplification they went for in the Age of Empires to your archers. It added a cool layer to the experience. Last expansion, WoW went and redid all the original. Yeah, because you have to. So we've talked about in the past that when you keep updating a game, you have a game as a live service, you eventually have to go back and readdress the past. Because if you don't, you just make things irrelevant and pointless. Dota's kind of had this with skins, for example. Where when you look at some of the old skins for Dota 2, they just look like crap. I mean, that's never going to get changed, because why would they up the old skins when they can just release new ones for you? But when you're talking about things that don't have that variance of just buy the new thing, like civs, you can't just go, oh yeah, just buy the new civs and play the new civs. What's the point in half the game then? So yeah, I think we will inevitably see more of these kind of spring cleaning patches that update the old. I think we'll eventually I think, like, to the credit so far, it hasn't become a phenomenal issue. There is a risk that by the end of the year, when we look at the expansion civs, the uniqueness each of them have is maybe going to make some of the OG civs like English and French feel very linear. And I think that's when the devs are like, okay, we need to spruce things up a bit. I remember I did envision a world in which... Actually, that is cool now that I think about this. So, when we had the variant civs come out, I remember I said to one of the devs, and I said to you guys, well, live, it'd be really cool if, like, one day we got to a point where so many civs got added to the Age of Empires 4 that we had to decomplex the game by complexing it a bit. And what I mean by that is part of the age up process would be you identifying as a civ. We had this with a custom civ where you choose Scandinavia and you become Denmark or Sweden. But like, you could have that where, let's say eventually we add Burgundy to the game. Well, now let's fold Burgundy and Jean back into being French and give different unique elements. Now, what's interesting about that is we kind of have a taster on whether that will be a good or bad experience with Knights Templar, because we know you choose a faction to support you in Asia. So tech up's complete. This has been a very idle game so far. Guildhall on the way. Hannadins, his army is cheap. This is a discount army. This is a budget army. This is a I don't really have an army. He's got 31 archers and just 16 javelins, soon to be 24. Only 5 knights? I don't know if he survives this. His tech up is later. The veterancies are already in. Wham's read his timing perfectly here. At this stage, you want to try to pressure your opponent. You know he has to follow the tech up because he hasn't attacked you. This is the thing for Hannadins. It's awkward. He saw the tech up. He didn't really attack. He backed off. And because he backed off, Wham has to assume he's teching now. Great game sense. Moves in now. Villager's going to have to leave. Wham will be able to dive through. Is overkilling. Could maybe micro a bit better to get additional villager kills, but every little counts and every little is going to be good enough here. Other side of this, remember, he also has sister level buffed up to 4. So that's 20% more villagers in a game where they're neck and neck on raw eco count. And because Hannadins went for Guildhall, he actually doesn't have anything. Veteran seats are coming in, but this isn't like Canto saddles on the cheap or Royal Bloodlines down the line, or that you even have 15 knights to defend with. You have way too many archers, not enough cavalry. And these vet jabs, now with 6 ranged armor just camping. Veteran seat hasn't kicked in for the archers yet. Limitane are going to be able to scare away. And we have another wave on the way. Yeesh, behind this, Relic's also coming home. We'd love to see Wham just control group jabs into 2 separate groups here to double the kill. Would make this cleaner, but even if he's just overkilling, I don't think it matters. Veterancy may have just came in for the knights, but there's just so little of them. They're a non-existent threat. Are the knights in the room with us? Can you point to the knights? Yeah, that thing right there on the ground. I think that's the knight. Hannadins is probably going to wave the white flag now. This is one of those depressing fights where, look at Hannadins' vision. He sees the first army, he's like, nice. Draw. I can take a draw because I have Guildhall. So I'm elongating the game. And then as soon as you're like, okay, rough, but I don't... Wait, why are there more? It's the never-ending cruel. So many coming in. Hannadins, I think looking back at this game, maybe the problem was he got forced into too many archers, and the archers just didn't really have a scale point in this game. Usually when we see French, they try to lean as hard into knights as is humanly possible, and just raid. Because we talked about this spawn, it should be hard to wall early on. In the mid-game, great for Wham, but early game should have been hell. I feel like he navigated it very well, and Hannadins just didn't really find the pressure point of his knight play. Maybe, like, looking back at this, one of the problems for Hannadins is he actually fought over the deer instead of over the base. So what that means is, like, you're not really picking up the deer for free. You're getting harassed trying to do so. And you're not pressuring your opponent's economy. If the knights are attacking all around the base here instead of the deer spots, you can still get the deer while taking something from your opponent. Instead, Wham will allow Hannadins to take 0 things here. GG gets called. It's going to be a 2-0, and Wham will be through to the round of 16, where he will be matching up against either Scatterbrained or GIF Music. Wow, actually kind of crazy that that's going to be a round of 32. G to the G! And yes, Lucifron is in this week. I think Lucifron, it's good warm-up, but also the thing you have to keep in mind with Lucifron, and we can see this as we go across to the Opera GX. He hasn't been active, so he's actually, like, he doesn't have seeding, and there's a tournament coming up. So KPMM is going to be very good for reactivating his seeding. Even if he flops out, like, he'll probably still be seeded top 10 or 11, which is really good, as opposed to just coming in as a no seed. But, reminding, by the way, guys, we've only got a few days left of that. I want to see if we can get them to renew. If you haven't yet, we've been working with Opera GX throughout March. Didn't have as much time to talk about it because we were busy in Germany. But now that I'm back, I need to preach it to you. You just saw us using it. This pristine browser that is fantastic for hiding all those tabs of Jean's feet. Not judging. I'm just providing solutions. Wife, mother, whoever it is, walking in, you don't want them to see it. Do you know how awkward it would be for MSN, for example, when his brother in his boxers walks in and sees the Jean feet pictures? Well, guess what? MSN could resolve that problem straight away. All he'd have to do is set up a keybind in Opera GX. You press one button, every single one of those weird tabs you've got open turns to fluffy kitten tabs. Videos on repeat. Smart tool. Opera GX has got you covered. And for many other reasons. VPNs. So, I don't know if we've really got enough time for another series. What we can do is talk a little bit about the maps that are coming up. You guys looked at these so far? I like this. This is good. I like these type of Reddit threads. These are positive Reddit threads. Unlike that person who's earlier on said that they weren't defending a person, but they were defending a person and brewing up trouble. No, this is the non-toxic positivity we want. Speculative stuff. So, I'm not sure whether this map will be comp viable. My concern is if you have to full-on cross the river, the sacred site condition gets really weird. I also think inherently having two sacred sites on one side and one on the other is going to make this a hard no-no for balance. Because presumably, one player is going to spawn here and one player is going to spawn here. So unless you do some sort of four sacred site spawn, where it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't see this making sense. Next map. I talked about this one being theoretically really cool for comp. In a way, you can create kind of a pseudo ghost lake from Age of Mythology if you have no fish in the pond. So the whole purpose of the pond at that stage is just to basically get across and invade your opponent. That would make this a really sick map. I've got a really bad feeling we're going to get the Baltic type of effect, but I'd love to see a map with this idea where it is simply there is no fish. And it is docks simply so that you can make aggro plays onto your opponent's side. Because then the idea is like someone can wall up, but there's still risk. This one I'm still not sure what to make of. I remember when I said about this initially, it's not really giving away much other than all these divot points. I imagine you're going to be starting on, I want to say the low ground at the time. Maybe they do high ground. But I think more likely, especially with the sacred site spawns, is you start on the low ground here. That's going to be very oppressive. From a vision standpoint, that's going to reward aggro, because if you show up on your opponent's side with a scout on the high ground, you can see what they're doing and then run away fast. That's kind of crazy. This will be peak if low ground is not accessible. That's an interesting idea. And then Japanese are OP. I think low ground is going to be accessible, though. I think these are more holes than they are cliffs because of the layout. Like, you should be spawning here. But in theory, maybe it'd be cool. Like, this might be a less toxic version of Hill and Dale if you are on the low ground. Because it's still choke points, but now your opponent has like a huge edge to leverage by having high ground because like you can't see them, right? What was this one? Oh, I think I said this one was High View ripoff. It kind of looks like a ripoff of High View. I'm not really sure about this one. It looks like it's got a lot of trees. I'm not usually a fan of a lot of trees. And although I think High View could be a fun map with some additional balance changes, at this point, why not just actually fix High View? This one to me is like probably the most disappointing one, is that you could just fix High View. No high ground advantage. There's vision. You can't see up a cliff. But yeah, I don't know. If this is their attempt to fix High View, the problem I have with this concept of like, let's just make a new map instead of fixing an old map, is you still have the old map. It's still there. In the game. So like, why not just fix it? Maybe there's something we're not seeing here, but like, we can see the Stealth Forest, a lot of tree lines. It looks literally like High View. With them fixing the Sacred Site condition. No stone. Stone isn't always placed in these little mini-map things. This one I still am not sure about. I think this might be the meme map of the patch. So like, the thing about this that makes it weird to me is think about logically where you're going to spawn. I think you're going to spawn down here. So you're going to be rushing towards here. Now, if this is an ultra thin tree line, that's kind of cool. So you could chop 2 trees and get through. You have a way out. But if not, I legit think this is full Kappa. Someone's just going to wall you in an outpost here. And then they'll go do what they want on the map and you're stuck. It's a cool idea, like having this short funnel where you attack. But there's a much better map for that. And we'll get to it later. This one I like. So it looks like we've got Stealth Forest on the flanks. Sacred Sites are condensed together in a way that seems feasible to win. And it has got like a pseudo high ground. I don't know if these are going to be cliffs. I actually think I want them to be cliffs. Is that bad of me? I think that would actually be kind of cool for them to be cliffs than just a mountain. Like a hill, rather. So, like, you basically have the short route, this cliffable, wallable, and then you have the long flank, which is hidden because you've got Stealth Forest. This is kind of like a take on something akin to Basin. I think this will be a cool map. This could be very competitively viable. This one is going to be wild. Originally, when I looked at these pictures, I thought this was going to be toxic because I thought this was going to be a hill. I think this will be a cliff. Based on the fact of what we just said about these being cliffs. So that could be cool. My only issue with this design kind of feels very Delhi dominant. It's always tricky when you have sacred sites and push them close together. I wonder if like this would make more sense if it was double sacred site instead of triple. Hill and Dale derivative? I think it's like a derivative of Hill and Dale and forts, in a way. Encamp the sites with a keep. If this is a cliff, no, because it's like an encapsulated cliff. So like if it's an encapsulated cliff, you can't actually build on there, right? Unless we now get Shinobi workers. Delhi or Templar dominant? True. We have been hearing some things about the Sacred Site interactions. Like, I'm wondering if that's why they create this map, is for Knights Templar coming in. But yeah, I think Delhi is going to be really, really strong here. And I feel like Delhi being strong is the most impressive thing. So the one that I was talking about before, we haven't got it here. And I don't know why. Why would you ask about competitive maps and not the one that's probably the most competitively intriguing? I don't know. But there is another map. This one, I think, will be very interesting. Water Lanes. Water Lanes looks really cool to me. I actually am really excited for Water Lanes. So, apparently this got leaked in-game. I don't know if you guys know this. This is already in-game. Hussein thought it was just scrap code that they weren't going to use. But it actually exists. So, if we go maps. Where is he? Water lane, right here. Or, sorry, he called it water line. So, if I quickly have a look, I'm going to show you. Hello, Freya. Daddy's going to be in a sec, darling. Water lane looks fun to watch, horrible to play. I think it'll be fun. Yes, I'm going to come in the house. You're very loud. What happened to your face? What? That little kid? I'm going to have to come beat up a toddler. What did he do to you? Oh my god. Guys, she's a state. I can't find water lines. But basically, Yes, darling. I saw a spawn of this. The water lines map, you spawn on the central island together, from what I've seen. Freya, come here. What's that? Yeah. You hit him? That's silly. Is it Freya time? Say hello to everyone.
Hello, everyone!
That was correct. Say hello, Twitch.
Hello, chat!
Hello, YouTube.
Hello, YouTube!
What are you up to? What are you doing?
I up to?
Are you colouring?
Yeah.
Wow, you making Daddy a picture.
Hey, yeah.
What happened? What happened to your face?
That's weird.
Oh, Tyler needs to bugger off. Don't say that.
Yeah.
All right. You want to go to Mummy? Daddy will be in a minute, okay? Daddy's coming in. You go to Mummy? Daddy will be there soon. Love you. Oh, Freya, come here. Come say bye.
Bye.
Say bye. Say bye, Twitch and YouTube.
Bye, champion!
All right, go to Mummy. You take the pencil. Thank you. I love that kid. Oh, man. She's so cute. But yeah, so that map, you spawn down the center from what I saw when someone tested it. So you start on this, it's basically a thin lane, and then you can expand out. I think that's pretty cool. I hope team games, and I said that this will be the game, that this will be the map in this whole expansion that has the most identity for team games, where I'm hoping you spawn on a lane per player. So it's like a jousting field, but it's better than jousting fields because you can get rapidly across to assist with transport ships. That's a really cool dynamic. Take a look at it. I tried, I can't find it. For some reason, it's not showing up. I'm pretty sure I downloaded it. Let me double check. Oh my god, I'm dying. Seeing KP's little villager. She's terrible though. She never gathers the resource you want. She just brought me wood, and I'm hungry. It's like 6 p.m. We've been live for 5 hours. I want food. Fired. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I thought I'd subscribed. I hadn't. Okay, yeah. Let's have a look at Waterline quickly. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Outside that, Wasteland, I already gave my opinion on. I'm not sure about this map. Kind of feels like it's trying to mountain clearing, so it could be cool. Mountain Lakes genuinely just looks like they're trying to fix Ancient Spires by making a new map. I feel the same way about this that I do about Rip-Off Highview. Stop making new maps that fix the old maps and just fix the old maps. Because otherwise you've just got dead weight in the game. Right? But final thing I'll do with this stream, because I've only got a few minutes. Oh, sorry, I'm in the lobby. Let's have a look quickly at Waterline. Tech debt, yeah, but it's like you're kind of just griefing yourself for the way like you do it if you keep adding those in, right? Because it just bloats the game unnecessarily. But yes, so this is the map. See what I mean with the way you spawn? Oh, sorry. God, I don't have a good scene that's easily going to work, do I? I'll move myself across. See? So you spawn on this central with an enemy. 1 deer stack close. I like this. Pro Scouts has a lot less value. And I think there was no... Yeah, there is some sheep out here. We even have Trapos. That may be the one negative about this map. That's going to force people to go on the water. I think you could actually remove the Trapos or make them land ones and it would be better. And no, there's 0 fish. Like I said, I like this. I think the 0 fish is a good choice. And then finally, let's have a look quickly at it in a team setting, and then I'll have to get ready to round out the stream. 50-50 split? Yeah, it's like a creative way of like minimizing the map, but also giving expansive ways of playing the map. So if we have a look at 6 players. Yeah, I'd agree on the investing in water. I just don't like that there's trade. I think the trade is going to be too compelling because they're long distance trade. Maybe if it was like trade in the center and there's like, Not casting Lash versus Mohodo? Nope, I haven't got time. I've got to look after my daughter and son. In fact, I'm hopping off for 5 minutes. Yeah, dude, this is going to be a cool map. This is this is finally another good team map. Okay, that is wild though. What? What are those trade posts? But yeah, guys, like honestly, this is going to be on level of Gorge. It's going to be that good. I think this is like they listened, which is good. We need more of this. This is a team map that has identity. And that is something that's been sorely lacking in AoE4 for 4 years. Gorge is still the only one I think that ticks that box. But guys, I need you to tick a specific box for me. I'm going to type it in chat. You're going to click the link. You're going to download it, create an account, and that is going to support the channel immensely. So please do participate. It's free to do. We've only got a few days left of good old Opera GX. Do me a favor. Click on that link. Download. Create an account for free. And let me know what you think. It's a really cool browser based on the Chromium. So all the other major ones that you've been using use it as well. Difference is they got some cool gaming features. Free VPN built in there. And also they sponsor... hopefully, one of your favorite content creators. Win-win-win. So please do me a favor. Do that. It helps out immensely. But, guys, I am going to get ready to round out. My partner needs to go in a second. It's our only night free of the gremlins. So I want to be thoughtful. YouTube, I'm going to end right now. Thank you for tuning in. It's been a pleasure. We'll be back on Monday for more midweek musters where things are really going to start to spice up in the round of 16. Especially looking forward to Scarlet Devil going up against Louis MT, as they are regular scrim partners. But be sure to tune in for that. I'll catch you around. midday UK time for more midweek muster on Monday.